Good morning, my friends. DRBMiller here. How's everyone today? I wake up very early, and my broadcast is starting an hour earlier than usual, which is indeed significant, isn't it? But I'm not sure exactly as to why I woke up so early. And I had a really good night's sleep, went to bed quite early, and I had a wonderful day yesterday. We had a very, very, very busy Destiny 1 session today. Lots of activity, several people joining, and indeed we had our community buzzing with energy, questions, interactions, suggestions. We had people creating new teams, bonding with new friends, finding their new teammates for fire teams and raids, and lots of humor, lots of comedy, lots of adventure, lots of entertainment, all of that happening all at the same time. One of the best broadcasts I've had altogether. Very, very glad to see this, because when we started right in the morning, it was very, very quiet, very few people came, but it became very busy later on. And later on I had a very productive evening. I worked on my other entity, which is dedicated to film dialogue, and I'm creating some playlists at the moment for our regular streams there, and the streams are of classic films. So one day, well, it's one season per day, and I'm selecting films which will be allocated per season. Presently working on pre-Code season. For all of you familiar, pre-Code was a period between 1927 and 1934 in the American film industry, where films were unregulated, uncensored, and therefore they were providing the audiences with somewhat freer content than what we experienced after the Hays Code was introduced in 1934. And it is a kind of a period of 6 years that indeed are curiosity and of lot of interest to many film buffs from the world. In the recent years, due to its access on the internet, YouTube and all other online forums, those films have become more and more interesting for many film buffs and veterans, and therefore they attracted quite a large group of followers. People will ask whether anyone watched any of those pre-Code films specifically in order to acquaint themselves with that genre or subgroup where films were not regulated by the industry, and indeed were producing content that was experienced as provocative, exciting, exhilarating, and indeed surprising at times. In some of the films you will discover content that is very, very much ahead of its time, and some sections are providing stories and narrative that is significantly different to what you would experience after 1934, and it's focused on very many social issues as well of that era. As you know, the US was having lots of difficulties with the economy after the Wall Street crash, and lots of those films representing the collateral of that economic downturn, which indeed changed later on. So definitely a very, very busy evening. And then at the end I already went back to my Two Worlds 2, the game I'm playing at the moment on PlayStation 2. On PlayStation Now, you could say it's early and my brain's not working yet, but I just felt I wanted to crack on with my stream a lot earlier than usual, just to see what the difference would be. And there's a reason as to why I stream at 10 o'clock. Because by 10 o'clock my brain is properly wired, and it's just the way it always used to be. My main bulk of work would never start in full before 10, because I had about 2 or 3 hours to kind of get my brain in order. So yeah, Two Worlds 2, and instead of Take Two. Two Worlds 2 is a wonderful RPG from the beginning of this decade, and it's very similar to Elder Scrolls and other kind of distant ancient worlds types of RPG games. Very, very good dialogue, very humorous. Indeed, the narrative and the story is very immersive, beautiful, vast open world, loads of different encounters similar to Oblivion, and also many cutscenes, lots of interactions. And I think when you start playing it, you will recognize some elements of similarity with Elder Scrolls, but also you will get into the area of difference as well rather early. It does really seem to be more of an adult game compared to Elder Scrolls, and it does have communication that could be seen as such, and therefore I think it's closer to The Witcher. And I really am thoroughly enjoying it, and I'll be recommending it to everyone because the game is not that well known. It was released for PC, on the PC format, I think, in 2012 or 2013, and it's become a bit of a cult item. So anyone who knows it is very excited. I have to say that the controls and the actual quality stream on PlayStation Now are not really up to scratch. They have not really remastered or adapted the game for another platform usage, and sometimes there are some issues with lag, and also with the controls. They don't really particularly work on horse riding and some of the other activities, but doesn't really matter. It's a very enjoyable game, and you have many different ways to which you can pursue it and engage with different characters and build your own narrative. So similar to present in the recent years, this would have been right at the beginning of the decade, and indeed it provided us with a lot of exciting activity and entertainment in that open world. So absolutely most highly recommended. I had a couple of hours of it last night before going to bed, and I loved it. As always, there's some difficult enemies to neutralize in there, and similar to Destiny and Elder Scrolls, you have leveling up, you have experience points, you have lots of different skills which you need to work on. So it does take a bit of time to work out how to use certain weapons, how to really apply certain skills, because you can be using your ordinary weapons such as swords and knives and bow and arrow, and then in addition to that you have some mage quality with special skills and super and all sorts. So as you progress, you obviously level up, you increase the perks, and therefore you get more powerful. So it is the approach very present in lots of these open world games, and even more so today than before, and therefore thoroughly enjoyable. It's very interesting to see also how the entire idea evolved over a period of time, because initially you would have fewer perks, but as you know, today we get into very, very many, inclusive of collection of loot that sometimes provides us lots of unnecessary weapons and items as well. But it's all about learning and progressing forward and building your own game. So absolutely most highly recommended. Two Worlds 2, that is on PlayStation Now services, in addition to Metal Gear Solid 5, which I'm also playing and streaming here. And as you know, I also played Ghost Recon Wildlands during the weekend, and I absolutely loved it. I have to say, really, really good game, and very similar in content to The Division 2, in fact, because you are having similar in-game mechanics, and also this open world is literally full of activity. Wherever you go, whether you're walking, driving, flying, whatever you're doing, you're discovering new areas in a given quest, sub-quests, tasks, sub-tasks. You need to collect certain items, you need to be pursuing intel. As you get it, you will be provided with different missions, you get to know different characters, and then you have this map of cartel and their affiliations, and it's massive. So in order to get to the characters, to learn the story, you need to do a lot. So really enjoyable, and thoroughly grateful to Ubisoft for providing it free of charge in order to test it and in order to obviously try it. Had a wonderful experience, and also when I play it on my rig, it does look wonderful. Unfortunately, due to my internet service provider, I can't provide you with 720 quality graphics and streams here on my Twitch channel, and therefore the difference is highly significant. When I'm broadcasting, I can see it's obviously a very good quality, and then when I switch it off, i.e. I'm no longer in my broadcast, I can see the difference, and the difference is staggering, have to admit. The attention to detail given in Ghost Recon, similar to some of the other recent games, is second to none, and you really are entering that world of mouth-watering graphics and design, which is second to none. And also I absolutely love Bolivian mountains, the way they are presented and construed in there. I believe it is based on the real map, with those canyons and mountain roads and ravines and all sorts of challenges which you face there, and certainly a very, very good introduction to the country, and anybody who likes walking through the wilderness and enjoying high altitude trekking. Although it has to be said, Ghost Recon Wildlands did cause some controversy, because Bolivian government was very unhappy with that kind of cartel being portrayed as one of the backbones of their economy, and a kind of criminal syndicate that is widespread in the country, which they believed was indeed not true. And Ubisoft obviously did take the stance similar to what you get in Hollywood, that this is just purely a work of fiction, could have been located in any other country, and they thought that by making it and working on it in Bolivia, or creating those maps, they would provide a very, very good marketing campaign for people who want to visit and become more acquainted well, you know, I'll leave it to you to decide whether that is the case. Indeed, when you are driving in, you know, through, what's the game called? You see, it's early in the morning and my brain's not really 100%, so I really have to consider not doing it earlier than usual broadcast. And if you are approaching any other game where you are driving to various cities or parts of the country, like for instance the United Kingdom, and I can't remember the title of the game, it's just like I completely blanked, which is ridiculous. And you can indeed then enjoy the environment and become more acquainted to it, and you may decide to visit those areas as well. So indeed I think it does work in favour of those locations for certain, and the actual gameplay activity perhaps less significant. Although I have to say, if you spend 500 hours playing a PUBG style map in Bolivia or Colombia or I don't know, any other country, could be the US, and you come to that area in real life, you say, hang on a minute, where are these guys? Why aren't they here? The guys with masks and guns and all this, the characters from your game, because the area will feel familiar because of what you've seen in the game. It may be actually identical, but the characters you have in the game are not going to be present in real life, so that in itself may feel a bit weird and disconcerting. I remember talking to some guys and they remarked on loving it and hating it at the same time, but you know, that's your gamer's life for you. Alright, so today I read a very interesting article and I highly recommend it to everyone. The article has been published on PC World, on PC Gamer, and the article is about the way the current games are released, and it's focusing on the statement that came out of Electronic Arts yesterday. And this statement said that no longer will they be releasing the games as they've done until now. And they said the difficulty there is the massive AAA blockbuster multiplayer open world games require 24/7 commitment in maintenance, and this is just not something that they're in position to provide. Their teams are complaining about being overworked, working up to 60, 70, 100 hours a week in order to sustain the demand coming in from the gaming community. And also they said they will consider how to promote games in a different fashion, because they're comparing the way we do it over here, i.e. on the Western Hemisphere, compared to Asian markets, and they discovered that in Asian markets, first of all, people are playing a different sort of game, and then secondly, the players and gamers are not that demanding in terms of the continuous content release, and that is more to do with the fact that the games are inclined towards RPG/adventure style more than Battle Royale and PvP, and therefore the pressures on their teams are not as formidable. And also they're looking at the new way of promoting games, which is going to be similar to what they've done with Apex. And most importantly, they said, we've been resorting to the old style promotion, which means you will release the news on a particular game, their release date, the fact the game's prepared or worked on, and you'll have the regular updates through E3 and all other big industry events. And then you will have a major aggressive marketing campaign 6 months before the release date, and you prepare your audiences for the release. You ask for pre-orders and everything else. Your community and your fans are completely extracted from that environment. They're completely devoid of any form of communication prior to the actual game release. And Electronic Arts said, well, this is completely wrong, because in the present day and age and the way things operate, it's all about connectivity, it's all about communication and interactivity. Therefore, we want our communities to be brought in at an earlier date. The way we release games will be completely focused on communication, talking, interacting with the community, finding out what people want, how they feel about it, interacting with them on a day-to-day basis in a different style forums. So, be interested to see what they come up with. It may be a different community built. It may be that each major publisher or developer will have their own forum with their own community where people are discussing, similar to you have on Reddit with dedicated threads to certain games. But don't forget, the threads are created after the release. You don't have those threads prior to the release. You have some messages on Twitter, but it's actually different. And they will also probably consider how beta will be done and how you'll bring people at an earlier stage, because well, there are lots of challenges. Basically, the article is talking about a double-edged sword. On one hand, the industry wants to please community members by constantly delivering new content, as we've seen in the recent massive multiplayer games. Destiny 2 and The Division 2 are probably the best examples. Anthem wanted to do the same, but still not up to scratch technically. Fallout 76 as well. So there's 4 different games released in the last 12 months with that sort of continuous amalgamation of new content, and there's trouble with that because that requires, first of all, phenomenal resources. The idea is that certainly for the content delivered in the first year, all will be prepared and created prior to the actual game release. So during the first year, releasing this content bit by bit, but therefore your team is working on what is to come on the following year, right? The year 2. That is all well and fine in theory, but if you have to provide the 24/7 maintenance, if you've got to be on call and constantly interacting and maintaining all that is out there, you are being literally pressurized on your human resources, because your teams have to be spread out, they need to be doing different things, and you don't have infinite budget to be employing everyone to do everything. And basically what these firms had discovered is the work pressure on the maintenance is phenomenal, and therefore they have to be drawing members of other teams to come to that department, and that is then interfering with production and development and everything else. And generally it is creating work ethic, which indeed is too difficult, it's not sustainable even in the medium term, and is causing concerns amongst everyone involved in that industry. So they're looking at different ways to which all these things could be done, and also they're looking at the possibility of connecting with the community at an earlier date in order to minimize the backlash. Because you see, the old way would have been working a product, keeping it under the wraps, and then giving it to the audiences at a later stage, and then the audiences will begin to interact and will be brought in, and they want to really change the concept. So I'm very curious to see how this is going to work. I urge everyone to read this article. It is on PC Gamer today, and it basically is I think titled EA is changing their marketing structure, or the way they're engaging with fans. So there's something about EA, and it's quite a prominent article. It's obviously on the top of the news, and have a look at it and have a word really with your communities and your fans and followers and people who you know, other gamers, and write to them through Twitter or Reddit and tell them what you think, because I think the opinions from our communities are going to be shaping the way this direction is going to be established. It's very important that people engage very early, because they are changing direction. And they also said the other big issue has been, first of all, that the games have to look more polished, they had to have more content, they had to be bigger, which meant they required much greater budget. So A, they were costing more to produce, and B, they were having turnover which was significantly greater than in the past. So you could see year after year the earnings on certain games are massively increasing, and therefore the competitive nature of the industry is setting up unrealistic demands. And I think this is what we've seen with BioWare, for instance, with Mass Effect, and also recently with Anthem. You have obviously efforts which are pursued in good faith, but when things do not work out as expected, as planned, then there's this major backlash. And I guess it's connected with the expectations built through marketing campaigns, and also through the pricing, because those games are very expensive, and therefore when somebody's paying $50 or $60 for a game which is pre-ordered, they're expecting everything to be absolutely 100%, and they're really looking at the option of delivering content which is free of charge, with payable content being introduced at a later stage, which in fact is going to be constantly evolving. So there are lots of different options, and the experiments in the recent times, certainly during the last few months, particularly with Apex Legends, with Overwatch, with several other, Fortnite for instance, PUBG paid off in really a major way, and the alternatives are certainly considered. So I'm very, very curious to see what direction they'll take, but there is certainly a great deal of concern about the ways through which industry is currently operating, and they're concerned about the responses as well. They want all these games to have lengthy shelf life, but equally they don't want their teams to be completely overworked and indeed stressed out under such an incredible day-to-day pressure. The pressure is coming from, well, various ends really, particularly from the community, wanting to have everything polished and resolved immediately on release, or within hours or days after the game came out. And then on the other hand, you have it from the investors, people who invested in the company in order for the game to be released. They want immediate figures, they want immediate results. What they do not want to see is what happened to Anthem, where the best intentions backfire, you get really very negative industry response, and then everything goes down the drain. And therefore it's very difficult to bring it back. Obviously you can do so with a high quality content, with your dedicated team, and with a long-term resolution. But to be frank, 3 months into the game we have no additional content, everything's been postponed, the glitches have not been released, and as you know, this is testing really the patience of a saint, and therefore the community is definitely very, very disappointed. And I'm really wondering how this is going to be developing in the future as well, not just with Anthem but all the other BioWare releases. People do remember when the investments went wrong, they are very unhappy where they are not being listened to or respected, and they're particularly angry if they feel that one thing was promised and something else delivered. We've seen that with several games in recent times where there was a mismatch between the marketing campaign and the actual product delivery. And we're living in an era where everything is instantly accessible. People get to know whatever is happening out there, and people are expecting instant gratification. That just become a part and parcel of everyday living. If something is not resolved immediately, then there's no tolerance. That is wrong. That is not humane. You've got to be able to allow time for things to be resolved. I mean, if you are considering that electronics, they work instantly in theory, they also operate under certain systems. The systems, if they go wrong, will require maintenance. And if you are to be fixing something, think about fixing a boiler, fixing a washing machine. In theory, it should be fixed straight away. But if you can't get the spares quick enough, you'll have to wait. And once you wait, once the spares arrive, in a day or two or a couple of weeks, the device or your equipment is going to be fixed. And I actually urge everyone to have the same degree of understanding, because I know how hard those people work, and how much they want to be preparing the product to be as best as possible, and there are many things that can go wrong. And obviously there is a difference, and I think everyone needs to understand this. There's a difference between producing a single player adventure game which is going to be played by one person on their console, full stop. So the system created for the game has to be communicating with the console or your PC, and that is it, right? So it will have patches, you want to resolve it. One person interacting with the system, one person interacting with one system. So that is straightforward. Think about Apex, think about Destiny, a multiplayer, people coming into this arena, hundreds of thousands of people coming at the same time, and that itself is causing lots of difficulties technically, because people are accessing the server from various parts of the world, and they bring in their own electronics and their own gamer behavior. All of that is interacting and causing sometimes serious problems. This is what they stated to be one of the major problems with Anthem. They did not anticipate that that would indeed happen during the demo period. So it will be very interesting to see what direction EA is going to take. I'm very, very interested and curious to see what they will pursue, and also what options they will consider, because they were talking about comparing our markets with the Asian markets and finding out what works better out there. I think it will have to be tailored to the mindset. The mindset of people is considerably different, and the expectations and the kind of gameplay history is obviously in the different quarters, and therefore we'll have to be prepared to adjust, perhaps create some new methods in order to draw attention from our communities as well. I do agree with the idea that interactivity is the key. Everything today online is about communicating, and if you were here with us yesterday when we were having a very busy community session, we had a truly global team here. We had one person from US, we've had another person from Finland, and myself from the UK, and also people who were talking here in our forum were from Germany, from Finland, from Sweden, from Norway, from America, that is the United States of America, from Scotland, from Wales, from France, from Germany, from Austria. So we had quite a selection of community members coming in from all parts of the globe, and therefore contributing and creating a truly wonderful global community. And I remember even a few years ago that this was not possible. You know, you could have a conference call on Skype, or you could talk to some of your other mates, but to have this degree of interactivity was never ever possible in human history, and that's tremendous. You know, this is something that can bring huge advancements to humanity if used appropriately. And I give an example. We play here PvE every single day. From time to time we do PvP. One game, two different environments. As soon as I enter the PvP environment, the environment gets toxic. I get trolls, I get people who come in there unpleasant. They completely disregard the fact that we are a family-friendly channel. Our community is not based on competition, it's based on communication. And every single time you will get somebody saying something which is significantly different and out of sync, not necessarily offensive, but out of sync with what we do here, which tells you that competition provided here in the Crucible is not for people to become ugly, nasty and toxic. It's actually for people to do something which is enjoyable, community based. You know, you create your own team, you play against others, have fun, do it for a while, and then just leave. But unfortunately, the degree of toxicity and the content which is completely unacceptable then filters out as well. What I'm trying to say is, you've got the best intentions through what is provided, and you will get people who are abusing it. And I think the same thing can happen with interactivity and connectivity if it's being pursued in the wrong direction. This is not nobody's intention. We all want all of that to be as good as possible, so we have channels and communication which is the best possible, with high quality content, people making friends and creating new bonds. But what I'm trying to say is, we all have to be persevering our effort to prevent trolls and unpleasant individuals from coming to our forums, right? So we have to have both regulators and moderators and the means to which will prevent them from accessing what we actually treasure. So I'm quite curious to see what EA will do, and look forward to further updates. This was released yesterday. The article is lengthy. I'm asking all of my community members to have a look at it, to have a good read. It's a very lengthy article. PC Gamer does have magnificent content online, and really is like your true extension of the magazine if you're a regular reader like myself. And some of the viewpoints are pursued in depth, so you have in-depth analysis, have quite a lot of communication and comments, so definitely worth a look. And very curious to see what direction Electronic Arts will take, because they've become quite unpopular in recent years with some of their microtransactions and the way they release certain games. Definitely they lost lots of fans and followers from the earlier years, because I remember when they were releasing their games on PC, they were literally the top dog, and not many companies could really wrestle with them in those days. But you know, everything's become more competitive. And also in the article they talked about the fact that publishers are under huge pressure to be releasing lots of AAA blockbusters. And they said in the course of the last 12 months, EA released 13 AAA blockbusters. And that's just one publisher. Just think about it. One publisher, in the course of 1 year, releasing 13 AAA blockbusters. It's an amazing amount of work. And the pressure that the company is under after those releases is phenomenal. Because every one of those games, first of all, has to break even within the first weekend. They have to be selling and they have to be producing longevity. They have to have shelf life. They have to have maintenance. All those sorts of issues. And I think many of those expectations are unrealistic. You know, it's a bit like what they've done with 3D introduction to cinema. Just think about it. Like 10 years ago, it was all about 3D with Avatar coming out, and you had the entire overhaul of the vast majority multiplexers and the cinema screens, and they introduced new equipment, and they thought 3D is going to be the next big thing. Indeed, it was for a few years. People actually loved it, and But then, as indeed 3D is more expensive to produce, you had unreasonable prices introduced for those tickets, and lots of screens were thrown into IMAX screens, and IMAX screens are a lot more expensive, and you will have an immediate sort of parallel release in an ordinary screen as well as in IMAX. And they basically discovered that if they were screening films like Avengers, the vast majority of people during the first weekend will go and see them in 3D IMAX and the 3D enabled screens. But after the first weekend, probably within the first week, the vast majority will just simply divert themselves to the screens which were 2D. They will pay less, they will still enjoy the film, and the difference in that 3D experience, they said, the audiences, was not significant enough for them to be paying tickets which were, doubled for the 3D presentations. So this was carrying on for a few years, and during the last 18 months, the industry decided they will minimize the input which goes into the 3D technology, because it's not paying off in a longer term. So, it all remains to be seen. We all are dependent on our audiences. And also what I find particularly worrying, and I have to admit, for anyone who worked in the finance industry when the industry was converted to internet usage and electronic transactions, the first thing you noticed was that there was no break. The transactions, be it banking or car transactions or trading, trading financial markets, became active 24/7 every second of every single day. And that didn't apply to the actual trading of the weekend, but obviously if you were working on the terminals operated by the major banks, they are open for their trading on the weekend as well, outside of the actual trading market hours. And the first thing you noticed was it's actually happening all the time. It's happening every second of the day. And that was, at the time, experiencing 6, 12, 18 hours a day in various sections of the globe and sufficing the system. So think about it. This was applied to the financial markets first, and telecommunication. Today, we have that with gaming and with streaming, in addition to all other services. You can buy Amazon and eBay 24/7, right? So these companies operate 24/7. So what happens if you're a streamer? What happens if you're a broadcaster? If you're streaming, you are approaching various time zones. We just heard from Zach early on. He said it's 3 o'clock in the morning out here in the US. I start around 9 o'clock. He's 6 hours back. It's 3 o'clock in the morning out there. In Australia, I think it's late afternoon. In the UK, it's now coming to about 10 o'clock in the morning. All of those participants are in the same arena. Everybody is doing something, watching broadcasts, watching Twitch streams. The expectation on the broadcaster, first of all, is that he should be there at all times, right? Particularly so if they do not operate under a scheduled rule. Meaning, you will have your broadcast between 10 and 4 like myself, or I don't know, 3 and 9, and that's about it, right? The trouble is, if you are missing out on your broadcast for whatever reasons, you will have a problem with your viewers and with your fans. They will be thinking, well, this is not regular, that person's not taking it seriously, we're missing out on content. And particularly if the irregularity persists. So in this article, which I've read on PC Gamer, there was some discussion on some of the big top streamers who were promoting Apex, and how, for instance, some of the streamers, if they were not present every single day for the regular schedule, were then losing fans. And this is altogether a complete nonsense. It's unrealistic, and it's indeed fueled through media. People should be able to have rest, provide their broadcast in a structured format, and then have breaks. And in the article they describe how, for instance, certain streamers observed that during their streams, if let's say they had, for instance, 1,000 people watching the stream, and they said we're going to have a 15-minute break. They went on a break, came back in 5 minutes. From 1,000, it's gone down to 250, and 750 people just disconnected, went elsewhere, didn't want to watch the broadcast anymore. Well, fair enough. Maybe they'll come back after he restarts. Maybe they've gone and done something else. They've gone out and had, a breath of fresh air. they exercised a bit, or they had a cup of tea, they had a shower, they would come back in about half hour, 45 minutes. But it's all about these statistics. It's all about what algorithm is collecting, and it is grossly unfair. And the pressure is then created in the heads of the streamers that they have to be streaming more, and they have to be present online as much as possible. If they're not streaming, they have to be doing chats or Snapchat, or to be on Facebook, communicate, and do everything. All of that is completely unrealistic, and it is completely clear to me that in no time every one of those streamers and broadcasters will have a complete burnout. They will not be able to operate because they will be too tired, overstressed, feeling completely under pressure with those demands, and their programs and broadcasts will then suffer. So a lot to think about, really, about those ways in which communication is pursued, and regrettably the demands are always there for things to be never enough. Doesn't matter how good or bad you are, there's always this pressure. You need to be producing more and more and more. And I think personally, from my personal experience, the best way of doing it is by providing it in a structured format, which means you allocate your schedule, and if it has to be changed, you will inform your fans and followers, and you will stick to it. Right? It doesn't have to be every day, doesn't have to be all the time, doesn't have to be 24/7, but the pressure that builds from within may well be like that. And I think the pressure is linked to the idea of followers and the increases which require to be there consistent. You should never be going down with your followers. You always have to be up and up and up. And there was an article yesterday on another industry magazine indicating that some Twitch streamers were banned because they were indicating unless their new followers were subscribing, they will not be doing streams, and therefore they sustained lifetime bans. But it is just the collateral. It's obviously nonsensical for anyone to do that, but it's that degree of pressure. They want to be looking at the figures and the number of followers and how everything is growing. And just like with any kind of industry, you will have exponential growth and then you have a drop. The economic cycle has its own life, its own evolution. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. Sometimes it's really thriving, at other times there are problems, and one has to be understanding it, from that perspective. Coming back to my point, the article is definitely interesting. Highly recommend it to everyone, and have a look. Go to PC Gamer and access this article on EA new strategy of marketing. And to summarize, they said that their ways of marketing games and doing promotions are going to change from the core, and no longer are we going to be seeing lengthy pre-release campaigns, but it will be all about a community, all about connectivity with their fans and followers at an early stage, and then bringing the community in even before the game is released, i.e. whilst the game is still progressing. So it'll be interesting to see what the betas are going to be like and how altogether the strategy is going to be run. Alright, so today also we had some announcements from PlayStation. Anyone who is a PlayStation fan, follower, a dedicated console gamer, first of all, the most important one is on State of Play. State of Play is PlayStation's answer to Inside Xbox, and they started last month with short presentations of about 20 minutes without any celebrities or presenters involved. It was just simply like a small presentation on what is to follow on PlayStation in terms of the new games. It's been well received, but for myself, compared to Inside Xbox, it was very poor. It was really kind of cut and dry in terms of the content. We just had a person telling us a bit about those games and nothing of great significance. We enjoyed obviously watching trailers and gameplay, but actually that is lagging well behind those regular broadcasts we have on Xbox. And the second one in a series, or the second one overall, is going to be returning tomorrow. That's May the 9th at 3 p.m. Pacific. I think that is about 7:30 p.m. UK time, and they'll be looking at the new games. One of them will be Medieval, and it's a new title, so they'll talk a lot about that one. And then obviously if you want to access more details, you want to know more about the games that will be coming out, then have a look at PlayStation Twitter. You have the pinned tweet there giving you the link, and it says it will be 3 o'clock p.m. Pacific and 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern. So I need to work out what time this is going to be for us here, because it is tomorrow. I thought they said, well, it may be that we are going to be receiving our broadcast outside of that time schedule. This is possible, because I do remember seeing it yesterday, and it said 7:30 British time, so it looks like 7:30. I still have to double check. It will be according to BST, so we'll have to see. So remember that State of Play, whatever is coming soon on PlayStation, all AAA blockbusters, all the new releases, all of that is going to be delivered tomorrow through their broadcast, and definitely worth a look. As you know, they are not doing E3 anymore. They had divorced from that event, and they will be doing them separate presentations. And I think the reason they launched State of Play is partly connected to that. So it's possible that they will beef up on content and perhaps bring in some presenters, but this is just an experiment. On the community front, PlayStation is massively lagging behind Xbox, and honestly, if you look at the communities you have on PC attached to certain games, it's just beyond comparison. And we built very, very good communities on Twitch, and therefore Twitch had facilitated this massive sales of console. PlayStation 4 had sold almost 100 million devices, 100 million consoles worldwide, and that is a staggering figure, all down to Twitch, all down to the streams and recommendations coming from various gamers worldwide. And as you know, PlayStation 4 is an amazing console. It has so many functions, and quite frankly, you can take it with you around the world and watch everything and access literally all services, be it from Amazon and Netflix, through gaming services, PlayStation Now, gaming live online. You can do your own games, you can have your virtual accounts, you can hook up with your friends worldwide, wherever you are. It's just, the possibilities are infinite. So therefore, obviously, it did very, very well. And they will be running, as I said, their State of Play's second episode tomorrow. Definitely worth catching. They may talk about PlayStation 5 as well, if anyone interested. We need to see basically whether that materializes as well. I'm very curious to see how they will be tackling the issue, because Xbox did advertise the release of 5 separate consoles. All of those will be without physical drive, and one of them is called Anaconda, I think. So I'm quite curious to see how this is going to be developing, and I'm quite curious to see what types of consoles indeed Microsoft will introduce. And I'm also very curious to see what PlayStation will do in order to compete, because if they are producing your new PS5 backward compatible console with a physical drive and maybe some other add-ons, we need to see whether indeed that is to remain as popular. Microsoft didn't say that their future Xbox consoles will be completely without physical drive, but that is going to be the experiment. They will want to see whether the sales of digital content will be on increase, and whether they can also increase the speed of processors, i.e. accelerate your downloads, and doing many other things. Most significantly, being able to access games online, i.e. through live streams from their server, be proprietary to Microsoft, i.e. cutting out all the middlemen, and then secondly, beefing up on the community interaction and content, and they are really excelling there. I mean, if you are watching Inside Xbox or This Week on Xbox, you are getting a very good idea of how good they are. And we are not doing any Xbox presentations here, but in the near future we will, and I will be bringing in a lot more of that community content to Twitch, because I think all we do is about community. It's all about bonding and creating new friendships and developing, new connections worldwide. And I think Xbox is excelling. At the end of the day, you have more of an established community of Xbox gamers out there, and they're using Twitter and Microsoft servers. Some of them have gone to Mixer as well. Mixer is the new streaming service, and they're trying to really compete with Twitch. But I'm not really 100% sure that this will work, and that is purely to do with the fact that Twitch is cross-platform, and it does really bring in people from all over the world who are watching games regardless of the platform they're streamed on, and that really beefs up the numbers. It accelerates the interest, and it does everything else that we want to see community-wise. So, hop in. The other bit of news from PlayStation is this month we have What Remains of Edith Finch, and we also have Overcooked These are your 2 free games offered through PlayStation Plus services. As you know, we get 2 games per month. In the past, we'll get even 3 or 4, 5 sometimes, but they've sort of streamlined content a bit. They phased out all the support services for PlayStation Plus on PlayStation 3, and therefore they've given us, I think it's 100 gigs of virtual space for our game saves. So that's really very, very large, and if we are, you know, as hardcore as we are, then we can play and save many games without any extra charges. And I've been playing Destiny already for 8 months, and as you know, there's a massive amount of saves in there, and it's all saved online. It didn't actually occupy any space at all on PlayStation Plus, and I guess that space will be dedicated to games that are non-multiplayer and non-online games, so we can just simply save the content and come back to them at any time. So coming back to my announcement, if you are one of those people who is doing multiplayer online, and the vast majority of my community members are, and you are obviously a subscriber to PlayStation Plus services, then certainly come in and download What Remains of Edith Finch, which is a very, very good adventure game. And Overcooked I've seen several times advertised, and it looks really, really enjoyable. It looks like a game with a terrific kind of social networking community content, so I really look forward to trying it out and finding out more about it. And both of those are available to download from yesterday, so absolutely go to PlayStation Plus and download. The last bit of news I have here is about Apex Legends. So all of you who are avid fans of this wonderful 3-man shooter, the news coming out of Respawn today is Apex Legends is shortly coming to Android. And they did say that Apex Legends is going to be also made cross-platform. So in no time after they introduced Android access, we probably are going to be having everyone coming in as well from all platforms into the arena. It will cause mayhem, it will cause difficulties for people who are playing on Android compared to those doing it on PC. You know why? It's all about speed and aiming, it's all about accessing certain networks, the speed of your internet as well, which is absolutely pivotal in the quality of your gameplay and in your ability to hit targets and to produce high quality results. So all of that will be bundled up together, but I think considering that they had already about 75 million people doing the game after less than a couple of months, it is astonishing. And we also want to see how this is going to be expanding after they introduce it to Android. Maybe that the app is going to be very good, similar to PUBG. When PUBG was introduced to Android, the gameplay was massively enhanced, and it actually worked better to what we had at that time on PC. And you know, I played many games of PUBG on my tablet, and I loved it. It was very, very engaging and very smooth, and probably for myself I'd say the best Android gameplay I actually have ever seen at the time. That would have been, what, 18 months ago, roughly 12 months ago, 18 months ago. I lost track of time. Last year, beginning of last year, I think, or maybe 2 years ago. You know, time flies. It's hard to tell, but basically, whenever it was introduced, that's the point, and I loved it. I thought it was a very, very good, enhanced version of PUBG, offered on Android, easily accessible, and with wonderful gameplay. So I had many hours of great fun and entertainment. And I look forward to seeing how this is going to work out for Apex as well, because they are really following the trail of PUBG to a degree in terms of those releases and doing it step by step. But very importantly, the news is Apex Legends is coming to Android, to your mobile devices very, very shortly, so expect the announcement within a week or two. And also cross-platform on Apex is coming our way as well. Right, so these were the news, all related to the articles and interesting events emerging from the industry. And as you know, we've come back to our Destiny world. We are going to be playing our Titan, human male, played by DRBMiller, coming back to what we've done yesterday. We had a very, very busy session, packed with our community activity. loads of content. We've gone through a secret story mission, and I managed to get Black Spindle at the end, which is my first major exotic sniper. It is literally complementing all of my other exotic weapons, most notably 2 of my exotic swords and the exotic fusion rifle. Getting to the level which you could say is raid ready, and anyone watching us yesterday would have seen initially some games and matches in the Crucible. After that we went to that secret mission, I got my Black Spindle, then we carried on with some story missions, then we had some weekly CV heroic strikes. We completed our Nightfall strike as well, which I have to say yesterday was extremely difficult. It was very heavily modified and we played it for quite a while. And at the end we also did Prison of Elders. So really all of the best bits of Destiny in a nutshell within one 6-hour stream, and with massive community input, quite a few community members joining here in the gameplay as well. We had a wonderful day, and I'm hoping that today is going to be exactly the same. And as you know, this channel is not about competition. The channel is all about our community and our members, interactivity, chats, and indeed our ability to share and help others. So what are we going to do today? Well, first of all, today is Wednesday, it's Arms Day, so I need to go to Lord Shaxx and I need to have a look at the new weapon. The new weapon should be my Boltcaster. I'm wondering whether he will deliver the weapon straight away, or whether I will have to be doing that dreadful and highly difficult strike where we have to neutralize 2 knights and a luck hull. So we are going to find out very shortly what is to be done next. And as far as the inventory is concerned, Sword Reforged is the one we need to look at today, and we have 1 bounty in there from our battles in the Prison of Elders, so that's pretty good. And Zach is here. Hello Zach, and thank you for watching, thank you for listening, really grateful. I did see that you came in earlier before the broadcast was indeed in motion, and I really thank you for coming. And I guess now it's 4 AM where you are, rather than 3 when you said hello, and 10 o'clock, well, 10:15 here in the UK. Zach says the Warpath role this week is really good role as well. The Warpath role this week? I'll have to look at all that the path will include, and I've been just focusing on my Titan presently, and I have 397 at the moment, I think, when I bring back my top weapons to the inventory, and I'm quite happy because within roughly 6 to 7 months I've been able to increase all of my 3 characters to 40 or near 400 levels, and that's pretty good. And that's all down to the help coming from my community. As you know, lots of veterans in here. This is the only channel on Twitch at the moment that's streaming Destiny 1 every day, and therefore we're able to draw a lot of attention from people who are dedicated Destiny veterans. Destiny 1 and Destiny 2, that is. So it isn't just Destiny 1. You know, we have lots of people coming in saying hello, and they're actually grinding Destiny 2 seasons. And Zach says, yeah, it is spray and play field scout cluster bombs, which is the best possible role for DPS on a rocket launcher. Yeah, we were talking yesterday about some rocket launchers which could be acquired from Dead Orbit or Future Cult Leader and Future War Cult Leaders, and I purchased one of those, and I'm quite happy with the weapons I have at the moment, and I've been enjoying Treads Upon Stars, and I think it is now 397, 398 level. Quite useful. It was completely useless in the Crucible, and also it was completely useless during our Nightfall strike, but that's because the modifiers there. Otherwise, for PvE missions it's very effective, and I've used it quite a lot. And then I've been using my Margot Loop and Hawk Moon, and also as primaries I used my Dark Drinker a lot and my Raise Lighter, recently acquired in last month. And then in terms of my rocket launchers, well, there's a selection. There's the Crota rocket launcher, which is very powerful. There's Galahorn, and a couple of other ones. You know, they're all kind of leveled up and with perks unlocked. So I've been quite happy with that. I guess what's important in Destiny, similar to some other RPG games when compared, is that you will have weaponry that is particularly useful against certain enemies. And that's tricky. That requires really your advanced knowledge of gameplay, knowing what enemy has Void Shield, what enemy has Arc Shield, what weapon will work better on what champion, you know, that sort of thing. And I'm still learning some of that, because once you completed everything, then you are replaying the most difficult missions, you know, the Warsaw drops with champions and the big Taken stroke Fallen War breaking out and all the enemies fighting and getting lots of yellow bar enemies, and then obviously you are professing and mastering the use of those weapons, and this is what I'm doing at the moment. Right, so let's have a look. Sword Reforged, that will be for our friend Lord Shax. We have Plague Lander in there as well. We didn't really engage with that. We have that patrol as well. So what I'll do is I just want to detach from Plague Lander, because probably we are not going to be doing it today. And our Wolves of Mars is the other one, Fallen on the Moon. Yeah, Fallen and Venus are the ones that we need to complete. We didn't really manage to do that yesterday, as we went to Prison of Elders. So the first thing we'll do is we'll go to the tower. Coming back to Zac, I'd say Galahorn I quite like. I think it's been very effective against the major bosses. Kreuter was very, very good as well. And Dragon's Breath was pretty good as well. And I picked up another one yesterday. Let me see what the other one is. Onto Dust 00. That's the one I picked up from the Dead Orbit Leader, and I still have to level it up and use it. I've not used it at all yet. The reason for that is I have lots of exotic Abaddon, I have Dragon's Breath, Nova Mortis machine gun, also I have my Galahorn on other characters, and easily can be imported through my Ishtar Legacy app. And at the moment I'm just building weaponry that can be used per character, although to be fair I was also transferring some of the weapons from a hunter for my Titan in order to progress forward. Zac Attack is asking, do you have the Sleeper Stimulant? Yes, I do. The Sleeper Stimulant was my first exotic major weapon, which I acquired after that lengthy grind, and my Sleeper Stimulant is on my hunter, so I've not really brought it in here. At the moment I'm working on the third exotic sword, and this is what hopefully we are going to be picking up once we get back to Lord Shax. So without further ado, let's have a look. Let's have a look at Lord Shax and what he has to say to us, whether we indeed can be getting the sword today, or whether we need to be completing that dreadful strike. In fact, that strike I've done several times last week. Once it was for my own weapon, and then it was for Tonzak, and also for another Canadian community member. So I've done it like 3 times, and fortunately I had a very, very good Destiny Veterans team on board. Otherwise it would have been very, very difficult to complete, and quite curious to see whether I'll have to go through it yet again. I made a mistake really. I wanted one exotic sword per character, and I was doing this with my hunter and on a Titan, and once I got my raised lighter on the Titan, I went and picked up the last sword, you know, to work towards Boltcaster, and I've not done this on my Warlock, which is what I should have done. That was the plan, and therefore my lengthy grind has been shortened, and I didn't really want this, because for the benefit of viewers I wanted the lengthy grind basically for people to for the newbies and rookies to learn, so they realize that getting those, you know, precious weapons is no joke. You have to spend a lot of time really doing the work in order to get them. And Zac says you will have to do the strike and material grind every time you get an exotic sword, and Zac says I can help you with the strike though. Okay, let's see. whether I will have to do the strike, because I collected materials and I indeed completed the ability kills as well. So all of that's been completed. Let's see, does he want to talk to us? No, we have something with
2 hours to the wall. 2 hours back.
our friend Poisemaster. Let's see what he's got for us.
Checking now.
Okay, there's
Sign,
a
please.
chest piece, and that chest piece is of no use. We don't really want it. 242. Bear with me. You know, it is so annoying. The broadcast for about between 30 and 90 days live on their server, and then they get deleted. So I transfer everything to YouTube, and it's so annoying because yesterday we've had a couple of wonderful moments where we went downstairs and knocked myself and Seka Poo Poo, and we had some respite after we danced to some of the music. You know, there's a jukebox downstairs, you can choose some tracks, and then we had a bit of a dance. And then once I've uploaded the broadcast to YouTube, it automatically told me that there is some copyrighted content in there because of the songs. And it's so annoying. You know, it's not a copyright strike, but I find that really so dreadful that every single bit, and particularly when it comes to music industry, any song or even mention of a song in any of the broadcasts is automatically detected, and sometimes some of the broadcasters could suffer penalties. I did hear of people playing music on their streams, and then their channel was being blocked on copyright grounds, and that's just beyond ridiculous. It's just unbelievably awful, and I really do not want to see that happen to anyone. And it pains me to see that certain situations of that sort emerged because, you know, young broadcasters are not fully aware of the copyright laws, and they're just playing that music not to make money but simply to entertain their community members in the background when they're running their, you know, just chatting sessions. And what can I say? Perhaps unwise, perhaps better to have it like nice and quiet and just simply conversational. But you know, people want to provide high quality content. They want to entertain their audiences, and having a nice music played in the background is okay. But algorithm will detect it, and therefore they may be penalized. And that depends entirely on what that music is and how it's integrated. If it's in a game and you're broadcasting a game in order to promote the game, then you're not going to be penalized. You're just going to be told this is copyrighted content, and all the plays of that stream will generate revenue for that particular copyright holder. But if you are playing music in your room and you are doing just chatting, you may face danger of copyright strike, you know, because you are doing something in order to enhance your chatting, i.e. generating people to subscribe, i.e. to pay you, and therefore, you know, there may be penalties applied, and that's really quite distressing. I did see a few messages on Instagram as well a little while back, coming from people who had that sort of experience, and I'm personally not pleased about that. You know, somebody worked for months or years building the quality of the content on the channel, and you know, they worked really hard, and at the end of the day, somebody's asking me about Nightfall. We had completed the weekly Nightfall strike yesterday, and we completed it with a lot of difficulty. We played it for probably a couple of hours, and the bosses are very, very difficult. It's the Splicer Priest and Ogre, you know, in the bottom den, and it's heavily modified, which means Splicer Priest is not very vulnerable, you know, and you really have to be strategizing quite a lot. If you're doing that Nightfall, then make sure you have a full team of 3 on board, and that you're properly kind of strategized. Otherwise it will be not a Nightfall but a nightmare. And you know, we eventually got it, but it was obviously very, very difficult. And I did play with 2 true Destiny 1 veterans, people who were already doing Destiny for more than 4,000-5,000 hours plus. So, you know, if they couldn't do it quickly, then, you know, it actually gives us a clear picture on how difficult the strike was. Right, what was I saying? I was saying about these copyright strikes. Yeah, there were several younger broadcasters who had their channels suspended because they were using some of that material, and like a YouTube channel that archives all the broadcasts simply blocked and wiped, and very difficult to bring it back. I mean, I advise anyone who does broadcasting to familiarize themselves with the legal sort of side of things, and particularly when it comes to copyright. And that's more the case if you are doing also the streams that include webcam, and those delivered on PC, because PC will give you many more options, such as, you know, running your Discord channel, playing additional music and that sort of thing. And if you're doing off Spotify, Amazon, then beware, you will get serious problems. They will jump. They do have algorithms detecting their content on display elsewhere, and you will need to have a written permission from those companies in order to do it.
Okay, tally it up.
There we are. There's Lord Shax, and let's see what Lord Shax says.
Let's get you back out there.
Take up arms. With thanks to Cassiat Foundry, this step is complete. Now comes the hard part, Guardian. Eris Morn tells of 3 Wardens of Oryx who stand guard over the defiant Alak Hole. You must slay the Wardens and Alak Hole to channel the power into your blade. Continue.
You've earned your reward.
So this is the strike. Zack was offering to help, but I've heard from Sekapupu yesterday that he wanted to come in today in order to do the strike. And I'll actually wait for Sekapupu to come in. He'll come in a bit later, in about an hour and a half, and then 3 of us can do it if you want. I'll invite you and I'll bring you in, and that would be ideal, 3 of us doing it. He did say yesterday that he has to go to Lord Shax because he had completed some other stuff. So, and for him it would be Zach says, yeah, I'm done for that. Cool. I'll definitely let you know when Sekapupu comes in, and Zach and Sekapupu and myself can do it, because Sekapupu and me did complete quite well a number of missions together in order to get, you know, various things on our characters. Sekapupu generally played on his Titan during the last 5 years, and didn't really build his other characters as much, so other characters were having lots of tasks left, and therefore as I was obviously progressing with my characters consecutively, then we sort of joined forces, and we decided that maybe some of the missions we can do together if they're exactly the same. In fact, we were doing our second exotic sword together, and what was interesting is we went to Mars, and on Mars I had to collect relic iron, right? It was rare materials, and there was my arc ability kills, and it was the void ability kills, one of those two. And we did exactly the same thing, myself and Sekapupu, and he was getting rare materials much faster than myself. He got 10 of them in 2 days, and I was grinding them for about 7 days. And we did exactly the same, you know, like exactly the same, going from relic iron to relic iron, collecting the same amount. He didn't have anything different to myself, you know, exactly the same. So I was hanging around, that's a bit strange. You know, I don't think he was on the same character, he was a different character, but doing exactly the same task, he's getting his materials sooner than myself. And also on my hunter, I had to be getting helium filaments for my razor lighter, my first exotic weapon. And basically, I kept collecting helium filaments on the moon, and collecting, and I collected 450 or 460, and at that point they completed, when in fact in theory it should have been like 200. So they were really slow coming. And also on the last material collection, which was I think in Cosmodrome, I did manage to get them in time, but again it was very protracted. It was several days before I got them, and it's like longer stretches, longer grinds. So
the honor is mine, Hivebane.
So we have that strike. Okay, so the strike needs to be done first. And then we do have all the other things as well. So that there are no other people to talk to us here. So I can simply go and return my bounty. And then after that, we'll decide what we'll do first. Okay. So the bounty is not really either Vanguard or Silver Heroic. It is this one. That's for Barracks. So with your fire team, generate orbs of light in level 41 Prison of Elders or Challenge of the Elders. Light shot completed, and we've gone up reputation wise. So let's see. Dead Orb reputation is 5, Quarter's Bane 1, Crucible 2, Vanguard reputation is 9, and Crypto Archaeology 8. So that's pretty good. But other people told me their reputation is like 25. I played the game for a while, but you know, my chums there played this game for about 5 or 6 years. So 5 or 6 years compared to 6 months is well, there's a significant difference in there. We'll keep this one, Stealing the Blade. We'll have to be doing the strike a bit later on, but I'm just thinking Falling on Venus might be the best thing to do at the moment to warm up. So what we'll do is, as people like watching the Crucible, I'll go to the Crucible and I'll do control for a bit. Just need to collect my best weapons, see what I'll have there. And we'll have Sunbreaker, special class, okay, and Imago Loop. Imago Loop's quite good. Black Spindle we'll keep. Spirit Bloom I need to buy, okay. And quite frankly, I want to do the perks here. Let me think for a moment. The Jade Rabbit. No, I can't do that at the same time. Okay. So Black Spindle I need, and then I have Onto Dust with no perks. Okay. This one also needs it. Okay, this one 394. Okay, so that's all good. Happy with that. We'll actually put this one up just for the perks. Twilight Garrison is a very good one as well. What I'm going to do is I will just unlock the perks, and then I will obviously make sure all are enabled on some of our top exotic kit, which has been recently acquired. Black Spindle I got yesterday. So in order to do that, for the benefit of our kind of newbie Destiny gamers, you can obviously equip the weapon and you can go to battles, and as you carry on battling with that weapon, your perks will be slowly but surely unlocked. If you want to be accelerating the process, i.e. going to battle with the best weapon, i.e. the best equipped, or the weapon with the best possible abilities enabled, then what you'll do is you first of all slot your weapons here, the ones which you need to be leveling up and providing with better experience, as well as your armor. So as you could see, I've slotted in here my Black Spindle that I acquired yesterday, my second exotic sniper rifle, the first one is Patience and Time, and also slotted in Unto Dust. I acquired that weapon, the rocket launcher, from Dead Orbit yesterday, and also have my exotic chest piece, right? So all of them need unlocking. Basically all the perks needs to be unlocked. We'll go to inventory, and then we'll go to the Might of Light. So you can see I have plenty of Might of Light, 415. So what we'll do is we'll use 30 to start with, and then once we use them, all the perks will be unlocked. And after that, I'll need some materials in order to actually turn them on. So, see this. So that's 20. I just realized I have a mystery bag, and I picked it up right at the end of our Prison of Elders yesterday. And as I was in a bit of a hurry, I didn't really open it. So we'll have a look at this mystery bag straight away. Let's see what I got there. Green chroma, blue chroma, and spectre plate. So that's exciting. We'll double check this. Green chroma. And green chroma can be altering armor with chroma multi-channel heat strike, and then the other one is similar function, altering armor with chroma multi-channel heat sinks. And we have orange from before. And let's have a look at the character. Let's see what perks we managed to unlock. Okay, we unlocked everything here, but the engrams. The whatever they're called, yeah, they're actually exotic engrams, aren't they? And I need to be buying some Spirit Bloom, so that needs to be done next. Okay, these ones are all done, so we'll have a look. So that's Flared Magwell. In here we have aggressive launch, more predictable recoil, enhanced blast radius, penalty to velocity, and penalty to blast radius. We want always the best blast radius there. So Flared Magwell is reload this weapon faster, and this is aiming this weapon very fast, but reloading fast is good. Heavy payload increases warhead blast radius, and Battle Runner kills with this weapon grant a brief boost to the sprint's top speed. Well, we'll have heavy payload, and we'll have also grenades and horseshoes. Rockets from this weapon will detonate early based on proximity to targets. So this weapon is ready to be used. We actually need to level up a bit as well, but I do not have anything for it at the moment. So we'll do that next. And then we have Tawat Shell, Helium Filament Sensor. We have increased discipline as well. Ether Seeds needs to be still worked on. Okay, we've got increase of intellect, increased discipline, and here hands-on, gain bonus super energy from melee kills and minions of the darkness. And this is heavy lifting, gain bonus super energy from heavy weapon kills and minions of the darkness. Yeah, we'll keep melee because I use melee quite a lot with my Titan. And then what else do we have here? We have Twilight Garrison. Okay, so that's cool. We need to be still using some amount of light in there. Okay, in here we have increasing discipline, hand cannon focus. And Zakatak says blast radius will slightly decrease damage per rocket when using it for boss dips. Linear compensator and one other perk I forget the name of increase the flat damage by about 2%. You know, I quite like blast radius, and I'll tell you why. When you are attacking a boss, right, other guards around them. So let's say your rocket launcher doesn't really have like a bullseye shot. So you're not straight, you hit the boss, let's say on his leg or something, and then with that blast radius you wipe out every other enemy that is around him, and that's very helpful, you know. I know what you mean, because it is decreasing the damage, but I find it to be quite useful. I tested both of those, and you know, it depends on the gameplay. It depends on what you do, in fact. I think if you are equipping a rocket launcher for boss destruction, then it's very important that the effectiveness or the damage per rocket will be as great as possible. If you're using it in order to neutralize a bit like a cluster bomb, whatever is around the boss, then this option is quite good. So it's the question of choice, you know, either or work out well for me. See, I quite like this mark, looks good. So let's see, hand cannon focus and shotgun. Well, hand cannon, shotguns are rarely used, I have to admit. Some people are using them, but I guess they're more applicable in the Crucible. And if you are doing the Crucible, you've got to be on the fastest possible broadband you have, and then you can use them really effectively. And Zakatak says, that is true for strikes. I make my home in the raids though, so most of my comments will be through the lens of raids. Well, I'm very grateful, because raids are the prime of Destiny 1, and perhaps even the prime of Destiny World altogether. They're very difficult, and knowing what weapons to use exactly per raid is absolutely most important. It's imperative that everyone has that knowledge. So the fact that you're sharing this knowledge with us is going to be helping all of our, you know, newbie gamers and people who are entering the raids for the first time, in order to really kind of create a good mindset on just weapons and strategies and tactics. And the trouble is that Destiny 1 raid teams are not, well, you have obviously steady crews and people are doing it, you know, every week on Saturday or Friday, but there aren't that many anymore compared to maybe 3 or 4 years ago, which means frequently I get here individual players coming in and saying, well, is there anybody else doing the raids? Can anyone come in? So when you're doing it with a randomly selected team, it will depend whether those people are your Destiny veterans or whether they're doing it for the first or second time and trying to sort of, you know, get the loot at the end. And either way, the advice is always appreciated, because what you want is the best possible weaponry to be used. We were doing, what was it, Crota's End a couple of weeks ago, and I think there was a glitch on Crota, and we just basically on the main boss, you know, at the end, and we were using our rockets on the boss and they were not effective. We just kept using them again. We actually replayed maybe 6 or 7 times. For whatever reason, he was not suffering enough damage, and we had 6 Galahorns, you know what I mean? It's like really very, very powerful. And the fact that I had 5 hardcore Destiny veterans in my, you know, team really helped, because they knew exactly what to do. It really helps tremendously. Well, you know, Destiny is a game that is going to be played for many, many years ahead. Maybe not, you know, in the same numbers, but the beauty of Destiny is similar to Elder Scrolls or any other massive kind of open world games, is in the direction you take. You can play it as a single player or in a squad, or you can play cooperatively with another buddy. You can be doing anything in separation or everything all together. You can choose to do raids, strikes, you can choose to do story missions, you can replay them. Do you know what I mean? It's just, the options are infinite, and it's always interesting. It'll always be a bit different depending on what team you play with. And the AI of the game is also very highly developed, so you will experience the bosses to a different degree depending on modifiers. So we played a strike yesterday, the Nightfall strike. It was extremely difficult, and you basically re-enter the strike several times over, let's say, a period of a few months, because obviously the Nightfall strikes are being also rotated, and every single time it's different, you know, depending on modifiers. And Zakatak says you want to use G-Horn on Crota, a little more than 2 rockets worth of damage, and get him to kneel on 390. The rest of the wolf pack rounds from the 3rd rocket will go towards keeping him down as well, as which is really nice. Well, that was our strategy, and this is what in theory should have happened. But you know what? It didn't happen, and we thought that perhaps there was some sort of minor glitch somewhere, and it did take us a long, long while. I don't know, maybe it was modifiers, maybe it was something. I mean, I'm not really a raider. I've only done those raids once, and I wanted my character to come in first of all with the best possible weaponry in order to be able to kind of race through it. And then also I want to have a team that is a dedicated regular team, my crew, and we do it again and again, because that minimizes liability. And as you know, once you know the score, once you know where you need to be positioned, then it gets easier. I think doing it randomly is difficult and can be frustrating, because if you compare with the Crucible, which is purely PvP and highly competitive, raids have got the same sort of element, which means it is a competitive element, and the competitive element is not against the guys you play against, it's about your team. And I've seen sometimes people can be frustrated if somebody does something wrong, and let's say the raid is very heavily modified and therefore it has to be replayed. Yet another hour needs to be spent, and you know, what's important is coordination and clear instructions. So you will have to have a team leader, and you have to have a strategy before every single section of the raid. And therefore, when properly planned and executed, which is what I had, everything becomes easy. Even if you die, it doesn't really matter, you know? Zach says, but Crota likes to glitch out and slam then kneel, but you can run up to him while he's shooting at you so that he will not slam you. Well, I don't remember exactly what the glitch was, but I remember doing it a few times. And we, you know, the other guys there obviously would have done that particular raid hundreds of thousands of times. They knew exactly what to do. And they were surprised that Galahorn was not doing the business. And we didn't make any mistakes. We're doing everything right. In terms of how he had to be kneeling and, you know, everything else. But it was good fun at the end of the day. We won. We basically completed the raid. I got some really good loot, and everyone was happy. So I basically need to go and buy some materials, because those bags on my Black Spindle do need to be fully enabled, and we want to see Black Spindle in action. So great to see our community members coming in early. My broadcast did start early today as well. I was up at 7. You know, I just woke up, couldn't sleep anymore, and read all the news, did everything as usual, and then I cracked on an hour earlier. But
we are still open.
To tell you the truth, my brain didn't really work properly at that point. I don't know why. It just seemed early. Spectre Plate 3, we need to really put some of those in the vault. I keep saying I'll do this sometime, and then I don't do it. Let's see, we have here our Black Spindle, and we need to buy Spirit Bloom, so that will be 10, 20, 30. 30 Spirit Bloom, let's say we'll buy 50 just in case for everything else. Spirit Bloom, so we can buy 1, 2, 3, so that's 60. That should be plenty. Go back to Black Spindle. Will enable White Nail. Rapidly landing 3 precision shots will refill the magazine from your reserves. Snapshot, aiming the weapon is incredibly fast. Reload this weapon even faster. Yeah, we want to have aiming which is the best possible. Mulligan, missing a shot has a chance to return ammunition directly to the magazine. Yes, we want that. And then we have Ragabone and Call Between Stars, relics and engrams in fact, and I don't have those at the moment. Once we get them we can change the skins for this wonderful, very effective exotic sniper rifle. So you can see it here, it is very, very deadly. And I need to use 10 more, I think, right? So 15, so let's see, is that all in order? It is indeed. Ether, manual type 398, okay. We've got battle ready shield, start recovery immediately after all pickup. Wait a minute, what was the last one? Oh yeah, it was melee. Melee. And then here we'll have special ammunition, heavy ammunition. Heavy ammunition we'll have. Void recovery. This is still okay. We'll leave that for the time being. Don't want to use any more motes. And in here we have Vanguard Champion. So that's all done. Alright, so that's the 399 mark. And we have then 397. 398. We'll put this one back on. And then we'll have 398. 394. That's ridiculous. We're definitely like 398 on gauntlets. 399, 399, 396. So that's the weak link at the moment. And the Imago Loop 395. This is 390. That also needs to go up. Devil's Dawn 397. No, we'll keep it. We'll keep it for the time being. 380. We'll put the other one on. Let's see, Archer Sword. Okay. Yeah, that's about it. Okay, so what we'll do first of all, in order to warm up, is we'll do a few Crucible matches. We'll do some control. That's the idea. So everyone get ready for some action. We had lots of chats, plenty of community activity. I was briefing everyone on that very important article on EA changing direction. All of our friends who are on EA Origins or EA subscriber services will be very interested to get to know about this. And just to recap, if you are one of those, then head to PC Gamer, read the article indicating that EA are changing direction. So it's about EA marketing campaign for the games. It's a lengthy article, but provides you with a wealth of information and plenty of knowledge on what is to come and how they are really going to be marketing the games in a very different fashion that is going to be community based, no longer as experienced during the last 20 years. So that's really very, very important to know. There may be opportunities for streamers, there may be opportunities for other gamers as well, so watch that space as well. And we spent quite a bit of time analysing the state of the video gaming industry as well earlier today, as I started an hour earlier than usual. Alright, so the time is ready for us to go to orbit. We are just gathering our thoughts for a moment, think of the loved ones, think of the places we treasure the most, and then we are cracking on with some PvP, which is warming up, doing some Crucible. I have to say today is truly wet, drizzly and miserable out there. It was raining all night, quite badly. It isn't cold, but it's very, very dark. It feels almost like nighttime, and drizzling. Just have a look at it, it's still drizzling. It was drizzling when I started my broadcast, and unpleasantly so. Yeah, it is, of course, as expected. Alright, my friends, everyone ready? I'm just hoping that we are not going to be getting any trolls. Yesterday I got one of them. He was obviously dealt with immediately by my moderators, but it is absolutely repugnant that such people are still persisting in our Destiny world forums. And I actually have zero tolerance towards such people. And I hope that the markets are going to be regulated in due course as well, so we'll have legal measures to curtail on that kind of abuse. If people are being penalized in courts for doing such abuse in public, they should be also brought to book in these kinds of online forums as well. Alright, So let's have a look. We have Crucible. We are going to control. We are warming up. In fact, doing the Crucible as warming up has been very, very popular. And I had quite a few members saying, oh, we quite like the Crucible. But I need to tell you, and I keep saying that every single day, I have very, very poor upload speed here on my internet. And this is down to British Telecom, our major internet provider, not wanting to basically bring cables to my street. And therefore I can't have fibre optic. Even on the street exchange says fibre optic available in your area, but not on that street exchange. So there's nothing I can do, and that is affecting my PvP gameplay tremendously because my connection is extremely poor and I cannot really contest anyone who's on faster speeds. They see me before I see them. I lag, which means their random shots are always killing me. My shots do not register adequately or in time, and therefore I just do it for entertainment. Yesterday we got in immediately, there was no waiting at all, but today it looks like it is going to take a little while. The reason I want to do control is quite specific. Control requires the zones to be captured as well as enemy to be neutralized. So as I can't be really neutralizing the enemy, I go for capturing as many control points as possible in order to get my bounties sorted. I have several bounties in here. Stopping power, hunt for glory, taking control, sharpshooter. As this is taking time, what I will do is I'll just go back to the tower. I'll get 2 other bounties from Xander. Or maybe even I can get some from Lord Shax. Either way will do. Everything is a bit slow on the server today, as you could see. Usually we progress back to our destination rapidly, and look at this, we're just waiting, similar to that control. Talked about it earlier. Just bear with me for a moment. I need to see something here. I've got some messages coming in PlayStation app. I do apologise for a lengthy wait, but I had some messages coming in. Some people asking about the Nightfall. I said it on air that I can't actually do any Nightfall right now, but I need to see what they were suggesting. Perhaps they want to come in later on. Okay, that's been sorted. That's all been resolved. We had a couple of people coming in and asking whether I wanted to do the weekly Nightfall strike, and I completed yesterday on my Titan. So therefore, I mean, I obviously can help them out if they want to come in later on. There's a possibility. It's a very, very difficult strike, but at the moment what I do want to do is simply crack on with some warming up. We want to have some interesting gameplay as well for people to come in.
Still floats above Saturn. A dark state.
And yesterday there was such great diversity. It was one of the
Crucible's
most
open.
diverse sessions I've had.
Go do what you do best, High
So
Bay.
I've got this
mustn't wake
bounties
them.
already. I'll take maybe 2 from Xander in order to
If you had a
have a
communication
bit
magic
more to
from
do
the
in there.
prior to the disruption,
Standing bounty for sighting. Checking log.
Zach says, I think the scariest thing that has ever happened to me in Destiny just happened. Oh really? What on earth happened? What on earth happened? Let me know. I'm curious to hear. Super kills, grenade kills, special kills, kills while leading.
Acknowledged.
To 1. Ability kills, strike first.
Updating schedules.
Okay.
Transaction complete.
Was it in the PvP?
impossible route.
Or was it in PvE? And what happened? Zach says, I was soloing the Nightfall and had 1 hollowed wizard and 2 hollowed knights up. The knights were chasing me through the hallways as I was chipping down the health. Yeah, that's right. It's actually tricky because there's this section with those 3 wizards in there, and one of the teammates has to be, well, obviously if you're doing solo it's very, very difficult. What we've done is 2 of us had snipers and then the other person was dealing with the knights, and the wizards had to be neutralized by snipers as soon as possible. If I remember correctly, I might be mixing it up with another thing we played yesterday because we had lots of content, do you know what I mean? And but doing the Nightfall solo is always very difficult, and I think if you are doing it solo, it probably will be very hard at the end. Very hard with that. And Zach says, and I ran into the opposite hallway, saw a knight in front of me, turned around and saw a knight right behind me. Then my screen proceeds to flash as my power goes out. Almost as if one of the wizards had the power to switch off your entire system. And Zach says it made that one hollowed knight a straight up scare. Yeah, by the sounds of it, it was very scary indeed. You know, as you're describing this, I'll tell you something. I watched the other day a presentation on virtual reality on PlayStation 4 and how realistic certain games will appear in virtual reality, and they're also, you know, spending a lot of time and effort on mastering the new system, because VR Sony was one of those kind of proprietary tools they introduced. And I just wondered, you know, if you play like a zombie game, or if you play something which is survival stroke horror, and you do it in VR, I mean, my goodness, that is going to be very, very scary. Not for faint-hearted. And I've not tried it, but I'm just wondering what sort of emotional impact it would have on people who are perhaps, you know, easily scared or worried whether it would affect their fantasy world, whether they would dream about it, because virtual reality is very real. State of Decay, for instance, if you play that in virtual reality, or Left 4 Dead, or any other zombie game, I don't know, Resident Evil, I guess, as well. And just think about it, your virtual reality set on, and you're enjoying state-of-the-art Dolby surround sound, AC3, AC6, AC12, whatever it is today, and you can hear all those noises and all the activities and grinding, and it's terrifying. Silent Night, my goodness. Silent Hill, I want to say, not Silent Night. Silent Night. You could tell that I mean, I slept well, but just didn't sleep long enough, and it's affecting my wiring. You know, it just doesn't seem to be connecting as it should. That's the trouble sometimes. Yeah, glitched. I'm sitting here waiting, and I'm probably going to be thrown in directly into somebody else's game. It's been quite difficult to get selected for the Crucible, and a lot of people thought it was to do with the fact that very few people played it, but actually it's the other way around. There are very many people doing it. Many more people are doing PvP here in Destiny 1 compared to PvE. Up to 150, 100,000 a day are doing the Crucible, and there aren't many enough rooms for people to come in. So that's the reason as to why we wait. Similar to the social space, and actually, no, it's only a limited number that can come in. I can even hear that rain. It's pouring so badly. It's just really, you know, we say cats and dogs. It really is cats and dogs out there today. We had some showers in the last few days. I even ended up in a major hailstorm, but today's like properly wet. Definitely not a good day for any strolls in parks or my local nature reserve. I'm not going to be going there unless it all clears up. Zach says it's coming down hard over here as well. Where about you in the US? Are you West Coast, East Coast, Central? I talked to my friends. Well, Jerry hasn't come in today. He usually comes in. He probably is going to come in very shortly. Jerry comes in as he wakes up at 5:30, and he's in Dallas, Texas. He always tells us what weather they have. Oh, you're in Texas as well, you see? Well, Jerry's your mate. He's in Texas as well. He's in Dallas. Jerry comes in every day. He is a senior video gaming veteran, and he asked me yesterday whether we could do some gaming over the weekend when he has some time off, and we definitely are going to be doing it. Oh, Zach is in Dallas as well. Well, just if you are here, if you are going to be here with us for the next few hours, you will be able to communicate with Jerry. Jerry's going to be here almost certainly in about half hour. Almost certainly. He wakes up at 5 and he comes in between 5 and 5:30. He always comes in and says hello almost every day. The reason is simple, you know, he has a couple of hours before going to work, and is able to access the stream because I always stream on a regular basis. My stream is sort of scheduled 10 to 4 every day. Today I started at 9, but you know, 10 to 4 is the regular schedule. It doesn't matter if you start early, because people still come in to the same schedule, you know, so it's no big deal. And I actually have several other people from Dallas as well, but they've not been coming in of late. They were joining us maybe 6-7 months ago when I started this channel. I mean, they're still there. They're still members of our community, but they just don't come every day. Because Jerry told me that yesterday was quite sunny and very bright, and similar to what we had here. Yesterday we had really very sunny morning, but a bit nippy. And it was also nippy during the last couple of days in evenings. Today is much warmer, but it's raining badly. No wind. The other day when I was, caught out there, there was like hail. It was really bad. Hailing really badly. Really, I've never seen. Yeah, it was quite strange. And it was just in a patch where it gets really cold in our nature reserve. But that hail was accompanied by massive gale force wind. So it felt very, very unpleasant, because, you know, all the hail was hitting me, literally, on my cheeks. And it felt like I was going to sustain some injury. Gale force winds are very, very nasty. You always have to make sure that there's no debris or anything flying about if you are, you know, out in the open. very dangerous, you know, the branch you saw, any kind of heavy stuff flying, then could be massive winds and hurricanes and that sort of thing. We don't get really hurricanes over here, but we get gale force winds, particularly in our coastal areas. If you are in Wales or Scotland or down south, you know, the towns and cities which are kind of facing the channel, gets really windy, and then you have these massive big waves. Don't know whether you've seen the way our sort of towns are built down in south of England. Well, basically the coastal towns are all kind of the way the island is, you know, you have always like a road following the very edge, and then you have basically the town built either on the edge or under a mountain, which is literally, you know, near the seafront. So whenever you have these gale force winds, the waves are massive. They're like really 10-15 meters tall, and you know, a couple of years ago, it was last year, 2 years ago, in Aberystwyth in Wales, they had to evacuate half a town because the waves were so massive that there was, you know, a complete danger that perhaps some of them will destroy some of the houses. And I think the wind was like 160, 170 miles per hour, so it was unbelievably strong and coming from the sea, basically pushing the waves to hit the seafront and hit the road and everything, and it was a complete nightmare. I know the town very well, and that area is very exposed. It's kind of further out, and my goodness, if you were in a car walking, that'd be just the death of you straight away. I can't complain, you know, we had very warm Easter. It was almost like summer, 25-26 degrees Celsius, and we all thought, my goodness, you know, summer come early. But a few days later, I think Wednesday after bank holiday weekend, was cold again. It wasn't as wet, as miserable as it is today, but you know, it was definitely colder. It's spring weather. But mind you, last year in May, towards the end of the month, we already had 30 degrees temperatures. It was probably one of the hottest temperatures ever recorded in May, ever. And the summer was scorching hot. It was unbelievable. Not just in England or Britain, but in Europe as well. I was in Vienna, and the temperature in Vienna in Austria was 36. It was insane. Austria's, you know, like in the mountains. You don't expect that sort of tropical weather to be coming there, but it definitely was extremely hot. And I spent some time on the continent during the summer. It was absolutely scorching hot. It was unbelievably hot. There we are. Finally, we are getting some serious count. 5 out of 12. Come on, give us 7, 9 and 12. We can crack on then with some gameplay. Ryan's here. Hello, Ryan. How are you doing? Good to see you. Long time no see. You've been busy? We're doing some raids. Ryan's asking, how's things? How are you? I am terrific. I'm splendid. Today I woke up very early, and my broadcast started much earlier than usual. Otherwise, I'm cracking on with my 3rd exotic sword, and I'm collecting my exotic snipers and doing really good. Oh, boo! This was to be 12 there, and I was being booted. It's ridiculous. And what we've been doing of late is doing some warm-up at the beginning in the Crucible, you know, a few matches just to warm up. I can't really get any kills or anything due to my internet connection, which is abysmal. Upload speed is 1, but it's just good entertainment. Just realized that even booted me out altogether. That's appalling. It's really glitched today. I've been waiting for what, 15 minutes talking to Zach and our community. Yeah, coming back to my streams, I had broadcasts packed with content, and I worked on my exotic swords that were really very lengthy grinds. Today I'll be doing the strike on a Black Hole with those 2 knights in order to get my last exotic sword, which is going to be my Boltcaster. And yesterday the session was really packed with activity. We did everything. We did strikes, we did story missions, we did nightfall, We had some Crucible, and we polished it off with Prison of Elders. So it was very, very exciting, busy, interesting, and we had our community we had community members coming in, buzzing with energy, lots of conversations and activities. It was a very, very good day yesterday. Absolutely, really enjoyed it thoroughly. How are things up there in Northern Ireland, Ryan? Is it raining? We're having a miserable, miserable wet day here today. It's really cats and dogs, and at least it's not cold, but it's just, you know, like almost like nighttime outside. Completely murky, dark and wet. Haven't been out yet. Usually I go out, you know, before my broadcast to get some stuff and buy myself maybe some fresh bread and eat some fresh bread, yogurt and cheese and that before I start with my regular streams. And today I didn't go out because it was so wet. It was really pouring down badly. But I guess you guys are used to it up north, right? I've been to Northern Ireland a few times and it was raining frequently. A bit like west of Scotland, you know? You come to Isle of Skye, you come to Mallaig, you come to Isle of Harris or Mull. Every day it's raining. Ryan says, yeah, it's not nice. Been busy with work and wedding stuff. Are you getting married or you are attending someone else's marriage? Can I just ask politely? If you are getting married, congratulations, my friend. That is wonderful news. If it's somebody else's wedding, then, you know, good luck to them. And Ryan says, because he's been so busy, no time to play really. Well, lots of our community members have said the same. Matthias, for instance, has been extremely busy. And he was not able to engage with his games at all. And he's presently doing the Division 2. And he said he reached the world, what's it called, World Tier 5. And he also has Anthem. He said he didn't have time to play Anthem. And he's waiting for BioWare to resolve all the glitches like myself. Ryan says, I am. Well, that is truly wonderful news. Congratulations, my friend. Congratulations. Well, you're getting married in 2 weeks. So 2 weeks yesterday, let me think. Yesterday was Tuesday, so it'll be a Tuesday, right? You're going to have like a big do on Saturday. You're going to have a night out with your mates. The last one before tying the knot. That's going to be good fun. And all that comes together with it, right? I was attending, you know, the Twitch event recently down at the European headquarters, and there was one executive, I won't tell you what company from, and he said he's been married for a little while, and he said he really wants to talk to me, because obviously I'm a broadcaster, to find out more about broadcasting and how things are, because he said, you know, all these things with my family, I have no time to play some of the games. And I said, well, you know, it's all about scheduling and structuring and finding a window of opportunity, maybe before going to work, maybe at the end of the day. And Ryan says, thank you, and probably head out for a few beers. Yeah, it's going to be cool. The only trouble with weddings today is they're very expensive. Where I live, we have a major area with our local castle and their estate, and it's sort of always offering reception rooms for weddings. And every weekend there are a few weddings in there, particularly during the summer. And in fact, I was in my favorite local hotel, and they have reception rooms and everything, and there was a wedding that spent the whole day basically at the castle grounds, and then at the end of the day they came to the hotel and they were celebrating. So they had really a wonderful time. And this was a truly European couple, you could say, there was, you know, he was Scottish and she was, I think, Norwegian, and a very large party of people came. There was lots of entertainment. It was good fun. Not been to many weddings, I have to admit. Always good fun, really, to attend. I like seeing young people in love and their, you know, family and future ahead. Always great to see. Who's gonna be cooking? That's what I want to know. Who's gonna be the chef? It's funny because a friend of mine, she's a singer, and she did sing for many people, you know, when I had weddings. And then I said, well, what are you gonna do for your wedding? And she said, probably going to be singing as well. I said, well, please don't sing at your own wedding. Find someone else and just relax. And in fact, she did find someone else, but because she's a singer, everyone wanted her to sing, so she ended really entertaining everyone on her wedding date. So it was quite funny. And Ryan says, my friends are actually cooking for my wedding. Terrific. That's the spirit. That's the spirit. You want to be relaxed, you know, you want to have a day which is cool, exciting, and thoroughly memorable. So, you know, I wish you all the best, and that is going to be happening in about 2 weeks. So that's really quite soon. Time flies, eh? I've been broadcasting already for, what is it, 8 months now. Had some breaks during that period, but the channel's been in operation for about 8 months, and a truly delightful experience. As you could see, our community grew, and we have very serious gamers here at all times, and no nonsense at all coming in. Although I have to say there've been some trolls coming in here through the Crucible, not many, but all resolved immediately by the moderators. So we have a very serious, very focused, very helpful and thoroughly supportive gaming community, which also is very, very global. A very global community. Yesterday we had a team made of somebody from Finland, another person from the United States, and myself from Britain. And then the other day our team was also, you know, of people from Panama, from Sweden, from Norway, from Finland, from Italy, from Germany, France, Scotland, all, you know, all over the world really. South Africa, Australia, New Zealand as well. We have several very dedicated Australian community members here, and always delightful to have everyone on board. And Rand says, I've been doing it for 7 months myself. When I was doing my briefings on Twitch conference and developer tour, Twitch had experienced this massive exponential rise during the last 2.5 years, and they said everything took off in 2015, and they were also caught by surprise, and they're also looking for people to come in and work within their development team in order to enhance the tools and everything that will facilitate interactivity and communication. But they were all really surprised, and even more so considering that, you know, the big developers at the moment are the big publishers are looking for the streamers to be promoting their games on Twitch. So instead of investing $150 million worldwide on major marketing campaign, they're looking to pay some of the streamers in order to get publicity through Twitch and get in, you know, as many viewers as possible, obviously to view the streamers as well as then purchase those games. So the exponential rise has been phenomenal, and I think the quality of content is just mind-boggling. There are so many people out there. I'm getting this message for the second time. If this problem persists, it may mean there's a problem with your networking setup. There's absolutely no problem with my networking setup. I'll give it one last shot. If it doesn't really work, then I am simply going to be doing something else. I'm fed up with this. yes, just like I said, I even talked about this article that's been published on PC Gamer today, and the article's focused on Electronic Arts' new strategy on promotion and marketing. And they said they will basically change everything that's been done until now. You know, the way we've known it is going to be basically got rid of, and they want promotions and marketing to be absolutely in tune with their communities. They want to bring in people as early as possible. So I'm not sure exactly how they will do that, but it's all about interactivity, live online, and people, you know, talking and joining forces and creating interesting content. You'll see that on Twitch, the channels that have high quality content are always attracting interest. In fact, I had many people coming in after they watched some of the broadcasts through YouTube, and they were very complimentary. They particularly enjoyed the sessions when we talked a lot. It wasn't that much about the gameplay, it was all about the community. You know, when we talk how much we love games and, you know, all these other things that we talk about here. But one thing is for certain, this is not working, and I'm not going to be spending any more time here for whatever reason. It's very glitchy and not allowing us access. So we are going to be patrolling Mars, and we'll carry on with our task, which is to kill Fallen. No, it's not Mars, it's Venus. I did something wrong again, I'm really sorry about that. Let me see, where is it? Fallen on Venus. In fact, doesn't matter, we'll warm up in here a bit.
You ever think about that moment? When humanity first saw the Traveler? Must have been quite a sight.
I want to apologize to my viewers for that lengthy wait, but I really wanted to do some control today, because we were doing this in the last, well, not during the last few days, but recently, and it just didn't seem to work. There's a glitch on the system, it's not selecting any gamers. I want to use my black spindle, right? There's a nice engram in here, chest armor. Just see, because I have some masks in there that I don't really want to need. And this one, spectre plate. Hello Jerry, how are you doing, Jerry? Good to see you here, sir. But you know what? We have another community member who also is in Dallas, Texas. Zach is here with us, Jerry is here. You guys can really team up. I need to really pop in my 3 coins, and then I need to, what is it, special ammunition synthesis as well. Just bear with me, Jerry, I'll respond to your message very shortly. I'm just anxious to get that boss. Well, it's turning out sour. okay? And the reason is very simple. Jerry says, I love the sound of the black spindle in the morning. A bit like Robert Duvall in Apocalypse Now, remember that? And Jerry says, bad storms rolling through, I'll be back in a minute. We look forward to having you back, sir. Boss. We'll stay in here for a little while now because I want to get our boss. So as you could see, I'm in London, UK, and Jerry is in Dallas, Texas, and Zach is in Dallas, Texas. We have 2 US community members here, live, who are in Dallas, Texas. I love the sound of the black spindle in the morning. Actually, it does sound great, has to be said. That black spindle is absolutely awesome. And thanks to my friends Anok and Sekopupu, I was able to get it yesterday after doing that secret mission. So I'm very happy.
New Monarchy is offering bounties here. Whatever haunts us, we should haunt twice as hard. Mission parameters encrypted.
Hurt. Okay. Doesn't need another hot drink. It's rather not cold outside, but it feels a bit nippy in here for some reason. Zach says, did you just say Anok? Yes, Anok. Yeah, Anok was here yesterday. Zach says, Anok is a friend. Well, Anok is also a Destiny veteran and, you know, played Destiny for many years, but we are... I'll just quickly get that. We played several matches together recently. Anok joined our community a couple of weeks ago. And Zach says I've done quite a few Sherpa runs with him. Anok is in the US as well, northwest of the US. Well, you know, Destiny community is alive, vibrant, and energetic. Also, it is a very large community. But what we have at the moment is that the core of the veterans, they keep coming here to this channel because this is the only channel that streams Destiny every day on Twitch, and therefore it's become very popular, and literally it's like a social hub for people to say hello, to meet each other, and reacquaint. Like, for instance, if a knock comes in later on, you'll be able to you know, hook up again after a little while, and that's always wonderful. I really kind of look forward to Halo being released on PC, because the remastered version will have also the old multiplayer with the old Xbox gamer, you know, gamer tags and user IDs, so people will be able to reconnect after about 10 years. I think the last time it was in operation was in 2009. So that's really wonderful. It's always great to kind of meet people again after a long while. You know, we make lots of friends online, and it's very pleasant and encouraging to see that sometimes people meet and then, you know, they get married, they find their new partners, they find the love of their life through the online activity. And I've seen that sometimes when it happens between streamers, and other times it's between streamers and fans. And we just heard that Ryan is getting married, so all of us from our Destiny World community are wishing Ryan all the very best, you know, on that wonderful day in 2 weeks, which is going to be on Tuesday. I'll have to remember, I have to put in my diary, and we'll send you, you know, a nice greetings card, or we'll do something.
Okay, I'll update New Monarchy.
Also change my weapons, because what I can do is I can put my Devil on. Devil is 397, and then in here I can put my Dark Drinker. Because what I do want to have is my Dark Drinker for the boss. Eliminated them, okay. Absolutely. Oh. Well, some sorts. I thought it was like an exotic emblem. Look, yellow. No boss. So it means that we didn't really neutralize the lieutenants quick enough. Bear with me, I'll be back in a moment. Bear with me, my friends, I'll be back in one moment. Apologize for the wait. I had to answer some of the messages coming in. There's several people asking us whether we want to be doing the Nightfall strike, and it's quite interesting because I think people probably watched yesterday's stream and we obviously wanted to come in today. It's no big deal, and I can redo the Nightfall strike several times. So if anybody wants to do it, just let us know. We'll get a team of 3. We can do it later on today. So several people asking. It's quite strange because they might have seen that my head was glowing there when I was in the tower or something. I don't know. Quite interesting. And very, very annoying. And Zach says, hit me up with the names and I'm down to do it with them. Hang on, I'll give you one of those guys. He was asking about half an hour ago. Just bear with me, I need to dig him up from my PlayStation app because he wasn't, because my stream goes to about 20 different platforms. I get messages coming in through different platforms, so they're not really integrated here on Twitch alone. The majority come to Twitch, do you know what I mean? When it comes to communication and all this, but other people also send messages on PlayStation app, on Twitter, on Instagram, sometimes on YouTube, although not that many times. And let me see the messages. Art Power. I'll write it down for you. Art Power was asking. There we are. He was contacting me on PlayStation earlier, and I think he was asking yesterday as well, so he's obviously very eager. He probably was doing his solo effort as well, knowing that it's so difficult. A very difficult strike this week. Alright, we'll crack on in here for a little while. We'll go then to Venus and kill some Fallen in order to complete the quest. There we are. Now we'll have to be quick. So they were respawning early on. Didn't see that here then. No, they definitely kill me because we need to really destroy those lieutenants and these captains first in order to get the boss. That boss is also tricky. Massive big Centurion. really so unhappy with, you know, the fact we couldn't get in the Crucible today. So annoying. Waited there for, what, 20 minutes? Well, we had some good conversation going here, but just annoying that it doesn't seem to work today at all. Yesterday it was so easy, today it doesn't work at all. You never know, really. This is what happens where, you know, the games are no longer provided with maintenance services because they could be seriously glitchy and then nothing happens in a day. Glitchy as well. There weren't any taken in there at all, and also the captains were not respawning. My super's charging fast now. That's pretty good. Oh, that's good. We wanted that.
We've got trouble brewing.
Eliminate the target. So where is he?
Okay, guess we're on it. We got this. Good work.
That's pretty good. The target was eliminated rather quickly. Matic is near. Oh, Matic is in there. Okay, he's one of our mates. One of the other guys there. He's not really on my fire team, but definitely one of the friendlies. Very warm outside today compared to yesterday, which is pretty good. show this. All the enemies destroyed. What I need to do is I need to really import lots of images from my PlayStation to my Instagram, because I have loads and loads of screenshots of our gameplay. What is annoying is that you can't import directly to Instagram from PlayStation. You can do so to Facebook and Twitter, but not to Instagram, and that is so annoying. Instagram's so popular for, you know, that sort of content, and I need to save it first and then transfer it. Tagging also takes forever, but I'll do that because a lot of people will appreciate all of my activities. I mean, I posted it on Twitter, just that Twitter is not, it's not getting that degree of exposure for small video clips and, you know, other images, screenshots. I thought it would, but so far it hasn't been really connecting, and I'm not sure why, to be honest with you, because there are other Twitter channels which are extremely busy, and my Twitter for gaming gets busy with messages coming in, but doesn't seem to be generating that many responses to screenshots and video clips. Well, they're fairly kind of personalized. I'm not sure why. I think Instagram is definitely generating many more. On. There's loads of Vex enemies springing up here. Why not make sure we get more glimmer as well? 16,000, 15,300. Okay, that's not too bad. But where are those taken? Where is the boss? I'm waiting for the boss. This is just a warm up. Waiting for Sekapupu to come in as well, so we can do the strike. Simmering flames. You could hear the Vex, but they must have been all destroyed by my super. That's probably what it was. Therefore I couldn't see them anymore. No. Black Spindle. Black Spindle. I can't use my Dark Drinker and Black Spindle at the same time, and that is dreadful. I'd really like to do that. So therefore my Black Spindle is presently not enabled because I have my advanced drinker for the boss, but the boss is really slow coming today. Should have said it earlier. Class armor. There's this other engram. Seen it lying around. Green one. And still no boss. the fact is that section's glitched because we are getting the last bubble and then the boss is not appearing. So basically we'll go to Venus and we'll complete that quest. We need to destroy Fallen in there. About 34% completed so far. We'll crack on and destroy them all. And then we'll move forward. Waiting for Sakapupu to join us because we have the same strike in order to get the Dark Drinker. Well, I think for Sakapupu it's just going to be, I think it's Volcaster as well. Or Dark Drinker. Can't remember now. Anyway, one of the exotic swords.
Vex activity here has been escalating lately. I wonder if that's thanks to us or the Taken.
We have then Polyphage in there as well. Okay, I'll cool down from there. Beautiful. Who's that? Oh. No. 37. It's not very, very good, is it? Why is he not down? Beautiful, 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 beautiful. This is what you want to see. Enemies up in the air, super working, grenades working, and everyone's a happy house at the end of the day. Really cool. But I'm not really all that... Oh yeah, 35, 37, 52. We just have to keep neutralizing the fallen in here at respawn. So this is a good area. The worst possible place. I can't believe that he's still alive. Punched him so mightily. Yeah. It's hiding in there. Come on. Raise your head. That's good. 2 of them at once. I mean, what am I doing? Oh, Radioactive Bull's here. Hello, Radioactive. How are you doing? Good to see you. Long time no see. Radioactive's asking, what's up? Well, nothing much really. Doing a bit of warming up here. We're doing warming up on Mars and then doing this quest which is called Tinder Pack. I need to eliminate. Excuse me. I do apologize. I didn't have enough time to switch off the mic. It was happened so fast. Basically, need to destroy Fallen here on Venus, and we were doing a bit of warming up on Mars as well. And then after that, we'll do a few other things. I'm waiting for Sakapoop to come in order to do the most difficult strike in the game, and that is in order to get my Boltcaster. So we are going to be doing it a bit later. Sakapoop said he was going to come in today. Hi, it's Radioactive Bull. What are you up to? What's happening? You playing Destiny or perhaps any other games at all? You doing the Division 2? We talked yesterday about that beautiful sequel. Matthias is doing it at the moment, and he said he reached World Tier 5. Radioactive says, I'm doing raids. That's terrific. Anybody wants to join Radioactive? Hit him up, you know, friend request. Talk to him here. He's burying me at home. Zach says, got the boss on the Nightfall to quarter health solo just now and died because I couldn't keep up with the Vandals plus Feast Oiga. Yeah, you know what happens as well if you're doing solo? It's the Shanks. The Shanks kill you. Because they come and they keep helping them, and that's where the trouble is. It's just not possible to keep up with all the enemies that keep coming in. The Splicer Priest is very difficult, and it doesn't matter what weapon you're using on him, he's well shielded and well protected. And Zach says, I was past the Shanks and there's a cheese spot for that one. Yeah, there is. I know, there is one. It's just above where you jump up to one of the ledges and then you wait there. And Zach says, but once the Oiga goes fast, it doesn't work anymore. Yeah, it's kind of difficult to destroy everyone if you're solo. Look at this, we have everything happening. We have that walker, we have war breaking out.
This could be good.
So, what are we going to do? We're going to do the walker. I think. It's getting very hectic in here. Where is the walker?
Right behind you.
lengthy ride in here. I didn't want to put my rocket launcher on because I had my dark drinker on. That's for the boss, not for this walker. Another boss in there. Far now. Come on, run.
Nearly there. Just hold out a little longer.
We'll get it now, don't worry.
Not much longer. Good work.
Okay, we got it. Everything broke out at the same time. The entire war was here, so hectic, with a million different enemies. How far did we get? 84. Okay, that's not too bad. We'll be able to complete the quest shortly. Is Reagan radioactive bull? Are you radioactive bull? Because you got a different user ID, right? Oh, you are there. Alright, cool. Hello, how are you doing? Good to see you. We'll have a moment of rest. Just sit down for a minute. I want to take a screenshot of two of us seated. Because what I do is I collect screenshots of, you know, loads of different team members and our community members, and I post that on Twitter and Instagram. Let's see what I've got here. I've got 87, so I still have 13 to go here with the Fallen. That should be all completed quickly. Zach says he was struggling there with the nightfall. this week's Nightfall was very, very nightmarish, very difficult. We played it for a while yesterday before we finished it, you know, right tricky. Yeah, so that will be what, 90? Yeah, it is 99. I thought it was 99. Mars to finally destroy Archon. We need to destroy Archon in that. It's a new task. We are going to get some bosses and stuff because they were slow coming. I did eliminate the lieutenants, but they didn't seem to pop up. Where is that? I didn't see it. Where is it? Oh, the boss is here. He had to jump on me. That's unfair. Blighted Descendant. Ah, I got my super on, so that's alright. Well, that was pretty difficult. Radioactive says that his internet connection is cutting out. No worries, my friends. Let me know when you are ready to come back in, I'll invite you. I don't see the boss though, he's invisible. So healthy, yeah. He suffered no damage at all. Well, that is just truly dreadful because I don't have anything to kill him with. I don't see him. They're all gone. It's ridiculous. Waited for that boss for so long. And Zack Attack says, I just found the glitch to go completely out of the map on the Nightfall. I'm sure there are some glitches in there. I'm sure there, you know. But I think that Nightfall is best done in a team of 3. You strategize a bit and, you know, you get it done. It's definitely very difficult. So mind you, we had some other task allocated. Let me see what the task is. There was another task allocated as I completed that section of the quest. Patrol Master find and destroy the Archon Priest stalking the Rubicon Wastes. And Tonzak's here. Hello Tonzak, how are you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for joining our broadcast and obviously being here with us today. We had Ryan early on. Ryan is getting married in 2 weeks. 2 weeks yesterday, he said. So he is preparing for that and said he wasn't having a lot of time really to do some online gaming. And Tonzak says, I call that glitch a programmer's hook. There are many such glitches all around Destiny. Also saying hello to everyone. Tonzak is saying hello to everyone. And there are a ton of them with the come at me emote. Yeah, there are several. I've spotted them as well. Let me see. So we need to be going to Rubicon Wastes. Okay, so I'm not going to be spending more time in here. We need to be patrolling and going elsewhere. Bonzak says, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. No, he said it. He said, Ryan was here just a moment ago and he said he's not been online much of late because he was preparing for the wedding. And initially I thought maybe it was somebody else's wedding, you know, busy with preparations and that, but he said actually no, it's his own wedding. So what happened to me? Where did I go? Just gone completely astray. Radioactive's here and he says there is a problem with his internet connection and therefore he'll come back a bit later. Says hello to everyone. We also say hello to Radioactive. Thanks Radioactive for coming in. And we look forward to seeing you later indeed. Hey, doggies. Hang on, what's happening? Realize that I'm on the wrong planet. Literally. Donzak is saying hello to everyone. Radioactive will come back a bit later. Zach is discovering all the glitches in the Nightfall Strike of this week. And what I'm doing is I have to go to Mars, I think. Let me see, where is it? Patrol Mars and find and destroy the Archon Priest stalking the Rubicon Wastes. So indeed we have to go back in orbit and then we'll crack on with our Mars. Donzak is saying, where are you supposed to be? Indeed, I was at the correct place. I just completed my quest, which was thinning the pack. And then as I completed the quest, it gave me instructions to go to Mars. So I was just jumped on my Sparrow and then realized actually, yeah, Archon Priest is not going to be in Venus. I need to go to Mars. So I'm just, you know, off to Mars really. And there we are. I want to do some warming up also in the Crucible today, and it was impossible to get in. I waited for about 25 minutes, although we had some condensation flowing in here, and it just kept counting 1, 2, 3, and then 3 times it booted me out completely at the point where I was about to get in one of the rooms. So it must be a glitch on control today, and therefore I didn't do it early on, because I think it's quite good for warming up some of the activity which is linked to patrolling or doing the Crucible. Anytime you get hectic stuff like what I just had early on, well, just 10 minutes ago there. And Zach says, for anyone who doesn't know what the come at me emote glitch is, you crouch with your left shoulder pressed against the wall. You want to go through, you use the come at me emote. After you hit your chest twice in the emote, you hit L3 and crouch almost simultaneously. If it all goes well, you will go through the wall. Well, there you go. It's a developer glitch, just like Tonzak said. I tell you what's uncanny if you are doing Apex. When you get shot through the wall...
Getting reports of enemy activity near Firebase Rubicon.
You know, you're like hiding, and due to the way the game is, with its glitches, some people have supremacy because they're on fiber optic, and they have better tick rate or better ping rate. So you run away from the enemy in PvP, which is Apex. You hide in a building and you can just hear somebody firing and you're all dead. They hit you, literally, they kill you through the wall or through the door. But Apex is a really good game, very enjoyable, you know. Doesn't matter whether you win or lose, but it's just a really good community of people out there. I've played with probably 2,000 different teams, and we had a lot of fun. And I have to say, very few people would have come in with any kind of nonsense. Everyone was really friendly and helpful, and, you know. The only thing is you get some people doing that solo effort when you are in that random selection, random matchmaking. And in fact, I don't know whether people would have seen it, PUBG published a small cartoon, like a small clip the other day, which had a team of 3 or 4. Was it PUBG or Fortnite? I can't remember. I think it was PUBG. And they were basically presenting those people come in and want to do solo effort, and they're supposed to be in a team. So I thought it was a good cartoon. It's a bit sort of humorous, but it gave a very good idea on what problems that causes in a team game effort, you know? Team game effort. What problems it causes if you have your full team effort behind the game. So let me think, why don't we go Rubicon Wastes? Don't success, it's the Fortnite. Might have been, I have to double check. I have to double check because it was a team of 4. So I think it was probably PUBG. This was not PUBG Mobile, you know, it was PUBG for PC. I'm quite certain it was PUBG because I spotted it through Lilith's website, her profile. She's the competitive. Yeah, she's one of the competitive PUBG gamers and streamers. And basically, the cartoon presented the frustration people would feel perfectly. You know, you go on a drop and everything the person does is by themselves. They're just not considering the team at all. And therefore you have to come in and rescue them, and therefore you endanger the life of the entire mission and, you know, the other teammates and everything. I need to get to Rubicon Wastes, and therefore I need to destroy one Arkham Priest that should be waiting for me there. Not engaging any other enemies because I want to get him. Says you're heading to the gate. Yeah, I am. Want to get to Rubicon Wastes, so hopefully when I'm, you know, gonna get there eventually. Says I really wish there was a map to look at. Well, this is a problem in this game because in order to look at the map you need to be going back to orbit, and or obviously look it up on your tablet or Android, so it just interferes with the actual gameplay. It's not really ideal. Yeah, you can Google, of course. Yeah, I'm there, right? That's gonna be it. That's Rubicon Way. so they can obviously always Google it. I always have my other devices on. It's possible, but you know what I mean. You have to be then finding it, and you're not playing the game. It's just kind of interferes with the whole thing. It'd be easier if we had the usual map system. You just click and get the map straight away. That kind of works. I haven't been here that many times, I have to admit. No, I remember looking for it, and then it should be down here. I really looked for it for quite a bit. I was doing one of the quests, but now I don't remember which quest it was. Again, the wrong area. Yeah, it turns out this is a dead end. Yes, it is, yeah. It is. Need to refresh my memory and see where it is. The easiest way of doing it, going back to orbit. I've gone completely the wrong way, so it should be just nearby, really. Rubicon is where we should be when we land. Need to find the right direction to get there. Contact says on the map Rubicon is up to the right from the starting point. Yeah. So therefore I've gone back.
Ready to get sand in your boots, Guardian?
So we need to, let's see, we'll go up here. The Barrens. Down there. Donzak says that I need to keep following the trail. I do, but there it is. Build the balance. I've gone the wrong way again. Scablands, it's not it. I'll go the other way. Project says I can hop on in 5 minutes if you want, till you get to the stronghold. I think this is the way in, actually. If I go through the Donzak says he's coming to help. Alright, no worries, yeah. I need to open the session because I think he won't be able to come in otherwise. Is this the way in or not? No, this is not the way in. Alright. No. Nah, it's just not happening. Gone the wrong way again. Let me just bring in Donzak. I need to bring in. I'm just packed with activity in here. Asking Donzak, are you online at the moment? I don't see you online. I'll open it to public. See if you can just come in straight away, please, and then I'll have to close it again. Okay. I left it open, so just come in, and then as soon as you arrived, I'll close the session. I'll close the access, because I do get people coming in immediately unless it's you know, restricted, and I can't really have that on my public broadcast. Zack Attack is there. I thought we actually did play some games in the past. Zack, I'm quite certain we did. And I could see I received your friend request, so I'll accept. It might have been another Zack, you know. And okay. Yeah, I could see you join. So sorry, I got some messages coming in on Twitter, so I'm just answering the messages. I apologize for the delay, so just bear with me. So, for the benefit of our viewers, Tonzak and myself will be cracking on, and I need to send Tonzak my party chat as well, so just bear with us. There we are, sending you our party chat. And also we have Zack. Zack said he would be happy to come in. And let me just bring in Zack as well. I think if we are doing the gameplay for the first time live on air, on a broadcast, I need to tell you, Zack, that it is a family-friendly channel. We don't use any swear words, we don't do anything which is considered family unfriendly, and we keep our community as friendly as possible. So I really need to say that every single time before a new community member is brought in, because I have moderators who are watching the interactions and they take action if anything comes up which is not kind of falling in line with the rules. So I'll bring in Zach. We'll have Tonzak and Zach coming in. Zach is in Dallas, Texas. Tonzak is in Australia. I'm in London, UK. Yet another truly global team. So so let me just Tonza. All right. Oh. Tonza, like in Tonza, right? Tonza. Okay. All right. No worries at all, sir. No worries at all. We'll keep it short and sweet. So no problem.
Hello. Good, yourself?
Well, it didn't occur to me. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, because I've been so because it's Zach, right? And it's Zach and Tonza. So, but I was so focused on. I had actually quite a few messages coming in because there were a couple of guys wanting to do some raids and they were requesting assistance. So I was just sort of trying to connect them to different forums, and there was one community member asking for a Nightfall strike, and we were doing that yesterday. And so it's been sort of busy with community activities, so I didn't really spot this, but I get the idea. I think I definitely agree after you highlighted it. It could be confusing when people are watching and they can hear two of those names which are similar, and that's distinctly rare. It's the first time this would have happened, that we would have, let's say, Tonzak and Zach in a fire team. So really yeah. Yeah, that's new. That they just introduced a couple of weeks ago. You know that Matthias changed his. Matt had his ID, which was Matthias changed his ID recently, and they offer you, I think either the first time or the first couple of times, the possibility to. It is. I thought it was maybe a couple of times, just once. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I had a problem. I had a problem with Microsoft because they also were upholding the same rule. And what I wanted to do was to integrate all of the email addresses and user IDs to be exactly the same on any platform. They didn't want to cave in. They didn't want to change my gamer tag, and they didn't want to change my email in particular, and that was particularly infuriating because hardly anybody uses hotmail.com anymore. Everyone's on Gmail. So no. Now, the trouble I had with them was actually a bit more complex. You know, I introduced the Xbox app, and then I had it on various devices. So I wanted to be importing all information, so everything to be easily accessible. And then out of the blue, they were not, well, the app wasn't reading correct information of my proper user ID, but it was reading information that would have been created on like a new email. And then I had to go back to them for everything to be deleted and changed because I didn't want any information to be lost. I mean, DRBMiller 05 on Xbox is instantly recognizable, but it's much better if you have DRBMiller everywhere, because anyone looking at it will spot it straight away. It integrates all platforms. And they didn't want to cave in. They didn't want to cave in. Absolutely not. And it has to be the same email. Obviously, their Hotmail, Hotmail is basically their property. So they want people to stay with them being the sole provider. And I really don't use that. I've not been using that email for 10 plus years, if not more. And, but it's good actually that Sony changed recently. They introduced this a few weeks ago, and everyone can do it as a one-off for free. And I mean, I can understand it because people can be running business or doing different platforms, and the way things are developing at the moment in the industry is quite unpredictable. Like, for instance, I spent an hour today explaining to my viewers that we have this big article on PC Gamer today where EA said all the marketing, all the promotion of the games that's been announced today is no more. Forget it. We are going to be changing everything from scratch. They're unhappy with the expense, first of all. And then secondly, they've seen that Twitch have taken the lead in creating greater interactivity, and that's brought them a lot of bad feedback. And EA have been very unpopular already for quite some time. So, do you know what I mean? Well, they're lagging behind. They're lagging behind, and also they extracted themselves from E3 yet again, and they want to be running like a separate conference, which is going to be obviously introducing their new products. And they've started now after, well, a lengthy delay with State of Play. It's a monthly introduction to what's happening on Sony. But when you compare it to what Xbox has, it is lagging behind, particularly on the community front. And also, they've done, I don't know whether you watched it last month, 20-minute long. It's just a very kind of dry presentation of what is to come. You don't have presenters, you don't have community and tweets and everything else brought in. You don't have any, rewards. You don't have any interactivity, and well, maybe they'll evolve, but it does seem to be on a different level. Although the sales of PS4 console are staggering. They've reached 100 million sales worldwide, and that is just extraordinary. So they're absolutely topping it compared to Xbox. But there's just like two different platforms and they compete. But coming back to EA, I'm very curious to see what they will do, because they obviously realized with Respawn doing the entire marketing campaign on for Apex Legends through Twitch streamers, and they obviously recognize the benefits. They will be probably focusing on something similar, but maybe within a community forum, so many more people being brought in, hence Twitch introducing bounties as well, which will start for, well, European section of the market from 1st of June. So all the streamers will have the opportunity to be introducing certain games that are offered to be streamed, and they will be given a bounty. So whether this is going to work, we need to see, because obviously for AAA blockbuster games, all the traffic will go to top streamers, people who are obviously there and supported by the industry. But the question I have is, if you have like a really great obscure indie game, will it get many viewers if it goes through kind of small streamers? Possibly. We have to see. And it depends on how it's integrated with social networking, Instagram, Twitter and everything else. But all the entities are kind of focusing on, well, first of all, it's the sharp edge of the community. They had a lot of flack during recent years, Reddit, for instance, with the threads, complaints about Anthem, Fallout 76 in the recent months, and other games as well. So they're not really the only ones. And they want to really bring in all the community and the followers of any of those, major publishers, at an earlier stage. So maybe within some sort of interactive forum, maybe like a new website where people can talk, and maybe beta testing is going to be done differently. So I think exciting ideas, because they said, you know, we've done marketing in the same way as you had in the music industry and films for 20 plus years, and this is just obsolete. It doesn't work. It costs us and produces liabilities. So I'm quite sort of curious and excited to see what they will come up with. Maybe something really good. And, you know, so actually I've talked about it quite a lot today, because it's quite a major thing in the industry for a big publisher to say we no longer are going to be doing our marketing campaign with, you know, 3 months of massive marketing prior to the release and, you know, the usual kind of dribble. No, we're not doing this anymore. We are changing tactics. Everything's going to be done differently from scratch, and we want community to be brought in early. And it's all about communication, connectivity. You know what I say here every single day. They've finally picked up on this, and I guess they are listening to what others are saying. And Twitch is really taking that direction more than anyone else. Cross-platform play as well. They announced today Apex is going to be launched on Android, I think next week, or week after next, within the next couple of weeks. And I think cross-platform will be absolutely imperative for the new game releases, one way or the other. Yeah. Absolutely. You can't. You can't. Yeah. 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 Well, I consider, yeah. Yeah. No, you can't compare. No comparison. No comparison. Also aiming, but you know, let's not forget there are lots of different games out there. Lots of different games. Shooters and competitive games will require PC if you want to be competing. And also in addition to that, most people forget about this, they require not just the best rig, the highest speed or the best quality internet you can get in order to access the server and everything else. But if you consider that 2% of the overall gamers on the internet are competitive players, 2% vs 98. I mean, of course, we'll have many other people doing those games, not doing it competitively, still doing shooters and everything else. You'll have probably, well, there's a war breaking out there between two spheres of interest. One is to do it purely with numbers. So these guys are talking about interactivity because they see if you bring in Android, consider Instagram has been already downloaded on more than 1 billion Android devices. So it's, you know, theoretically 1 billion people being brought in with instant access. It's all about these figures, you know, and they'll be looking at maybe puzzle games, card games. I watched them as I attended the presentation at the European headquarters, and they were showing certain games I've never heard of. And they have all kinds of tools already created that will bring in great interactivity for all the viewers. So you can click on a card and they'll give you some information about, you know, what's on the card. Tie in the information with the story and the narrative. You can have voting, you can have betting, and, you know, various, just throwing in a few ideas what they mentioned. And they want that to be the priority. Do you see what I mean? So their focus at the moment is completely on how to beef up the numbers and how to kind of facilitate somewhat greater communication amongst these members, i.e. the viewers, and obviously the broadcaster or the gamer, all the people who are, you know, doing the game in the arena, against the competitive element. They see the competitive element as being niche and people want to do that in order to polish up skill and maybe get into the tournaments. And we know that PvP forums can be very toxic and very unpleasant, and all other kinds of issues are present there. So they're looking at those two areas, and like you said, you will get people who are very territorial about their platform. They'll say, "Oh, definitely not going to anything console. I'm a PC gamer. Run it, like just PC." And I've been obviously playing games on all platforms, and there are pros and cons on every platform for a certain type of game. And there are games that can be easily accessed on all platforms without any difficulty. And I think if you are to be doing, I don't know, Counter-Strike on your phone, well, Shroud's going to be doing on his PC. Yeah, you'll be just slaughtered, And you see that. You see that on Fortnite, for instance, when people are doing it on PC compared to somebody doing it on Android or on any other platform. And what do you think, Zach? Zach, are you in favour or? Yeah. I mean, generally. Yeah. Yeah. More maintenance as well, more investment. Yeah. No. You say that's not going to happen. That may not happen for smaller, less popular, obscure games. But don't forget, we did see, the attempts which were coming from Konami, doing the entire redux of Resident Evil 2, which turned out to be extremely successful, opening up and obviously paving the way for many other games to be redone in the same way. And I know for certain the big developers like Bungie, BioWare, they would want the Dragon Age world to be basically combined, So the tech is not allowing them to do that at the moment. They still have to work on the tech. And as you can see with BioWare, they were trying out various things with Anthem that completely backfired. They released the game far too early. They should have spent maybe extra 18 months in the game. But eventually, things will change. And I think the idea is, what we have as annual seasons today, to be like an open world environment. So you get Ghost Recon and you have chapters, 1, 2, 3, and you enter different sections of the world. This is for certain, I'm certain that is going to be made possible. And, it's just a question of time. And then also it's a question of expense, because one thing that's said today, EA is seriously considering whether to be releasing certain games for free and then have some monetary element later on, which is going to be generating a lot more revenue. So they're looking at the model that was, I guess, polished with Fortnite and Overwatch and Apex, compared to a massive marketing budget invested on, the Division 2 or Anthem or Fallout 76, and they have a major problem there with the release. So, and they're They did. Yeah. 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 Depends on the game entirely. Absolutely. No. Yeah. Absolutely. Global phenomenon, I have to say. I just want to say hello to Sekapupu. Sekapupu is here. Hello, Sekapupu. Thank you very much for joining us. And I was... no, we were talking about that strike. the strike which we have to be doing for the final section of our exotic sword, and Sakapupa and me were. That's right. No, not at all. We were talking about this, and Sakapupu and myself were obviously waiting for Wednesday in order to collect the last section of the quest. And I believe that Sakapupu and myself will have to be doing that strike. So I picked it up earlier, just to mention to Sakapupu, and I've got it there. I've not done it. And Zach also asked whether I wanted some help with it earlier today. And I said, we'll discuss it with Sakapupu once it comes in. So, but before we do that, just want to elaborate on what we were just debating about the state of play, really, of the video gaming industry. I think all of the publishers will have to be very flexible, because what they're getting from the community is tricky, a variety of different comments and views. And like you said, at the moment, there's a huge amount of fear in the video gaming industry that the current trends, which are exclusively focused on PvP, Battle Royale and multiplayer, i.e. you need to have your game online 24/7, they're worried that that trend is going to completely kill off the interest for adventure gaming, which is a single player game, no online kind of access and content, and they're really worried because this is a major section of the industry. And to be fair, if we were looking at the current statistics, that definitely is true to fact. But whether this is going to remain in the longer term is still to be seen. You know what I mean? Because I love a good story. I love playing a good adventure game. It doesn't have to be your RPG, which is a multiplayer. It can have a multiplayer section, which is obviously what they're offering initially. They've given it as an add-on option. But, Destiny, Elder Scrolls Online, all these other games, PUBG, Fortnite, Battle Royale games, they've just completely overtaken. And the mindset of those gamers is significantly different. They're looking for something else in there. They're playing against other people, and they have that degree of excitement. Replayability, in theory, is guaranteed. A different team comes in, they do something else, it's always a different game. Do you see what I mean? The thinking is, play against the environment, no matter how good your AI is, you will always have artificial intelligence problems because they'll pop up the same place. It'll be predictable. With the team being brought in on Rainbow Six Siege or Ghost Recon, do the multiplayer, you never know what they're going to do. And you don't have to do anything extra.
I actually disagree with that. I think that making ads predictable in games like this, at least their stronger cases,
Yeah.
makes the game a little bit better, in my own opinion.
Yeah.
I like to do a lot of speedruns or something.
Yeah.
That actually kind of increases the skill cap, because if you memorize exactly how the ads spawn,
True. Yeah.
about like 10 times quicker. For example, on Golgoroth, in Kingsfall,
Yeah.
take the ad round from about a 2-minute thing to a 30-second.
Yeah. 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 Well, I think it's altogether work in progress, and what I mentioned earlier was one of those industry views. Like, you know, Zach said, obviously he quite liked the fact that some of the characters in PvE will be predictable. The industry is very much stranded because on one hand they have huge pressure from the investors. You know, they're making these games for 4 to 5 years, and they're dependent on the inward investment. The investors want to see results, they want to see marketing, guaranteed returns, etc., etc. The biggest problem they have at the moment is the demands which are consistently occurring if you're running your 24/7 online multiplayer. They require maintenance at all times, and I was just reading today, they said there were many glitches and problems with Fortnite. So Epic had to deploy like an extra team to be manning it 24/7. For instance, some weapon doesn't work properly, or there's a glitch on collection of the loot or whatever. They get messages coming in, and the gamers will might be expecting an immediate resolution. They can't be just waiting there for half a day or 10, 12, 14, 16 hours a day trying to do that, and they're completely burnt out in no time. You know, within any quarter, they're completely dead. And the question is how to really suffice the demand coming from the consumers with adequate teams without having like an extortionate cost. And you know, so there's been lots of stories fluctuating during the recent months, and dirt being dished out on Rockstar and BioWare in particular regarding these kinds of issues. And they didn't design. They said, well, these are the issues, we are fully aware of this. And on the other hand, it might have started as a good intention, sufficing your clients, you know, but actually turned out to be then exploitation, because the demands are obviously infinite and they don't want to fail, and you have this sort of situation. So I'm quite curious to see, because I personally think that, like what Zach said earlier, there has to be some degree of option for everyone. And what you want is, you know, you want a variety to be provided, and people can then decide for themselves. So I think the games like, you know, Ghost Recon and what's the other one I mentioned earlier? Yeah, that's right, and Rainbow Six, and then also the Division 1 and 2, where you have, I guess, a combination of the two worlds. And what's interesting, it just occurred to me as you were talking, Division 1 and 2, they have that Dark Zone, and the Dark Zone is basically combining PvE and PvP. So it's quite interesting. It may be a very good experiment, because you're coming across different situations and you have to respond to whatever is out there. And, you know, I'm quite excited to see what direction they will pursue. It's not really bad that there's that degree of competition. It's just the worry of mine is, as you are talking about the games that are having huge inward investment, and basically their takings will have to be always accelerated, i.e. every single game that comes out will have to earn a bit more than the last one, or considerably more. And that sets up a very negative aura within the industry for those games that are not making that money, i.e. the independent games, indie developers, people who can't really get to that marketing budget. And you really discover delightful, and you discover these delightful little games. Yeah, but don't forget, the companies like Microsoft are presently buying all these successful small indie studios. You know, the studios that made it like a small game that became big are all being, you know, basically bought by them and brought into their corporation for obvious reason. And I mean, I always discover wonderful, delightful little games on Steam. You just go to the list and say, oh, never heard about this game, what's this? And absolutely terrific. You never heard about this game. You know, it's not been marketed, it's not been promoted. It costs maybe a couple of dollars. And I don't know, I worry that the wonderful kind of adventure RPGs that we enjoyed in the last 15 years may be suffering for a while. That certainly is my, I'm basing my opinion on what I've heard coming from those people who are setting up certain demands, and they simply can't be ignoring the current trend. The trend is Battle Royale, multiplayer, massive multiplayer online open world. And they're all falling into that line one way or the other in the big games. Whether it is going to last, we'll have to see, you know. It's a trend. It's a trend. Yeah. we'll see. But anyway, the article is very interesting. Yeah. Yeah. I think the trouble is in the provision of new content at all times, and you know, the experiment with Destiny and Evolving Worlds in those seasons is obviously encouraging, but for the developer this is a huge challenge, because if you say, like what BioWare said, Anthem is going to have this constant evolving world, it will carry on infinitely, you have like Mass Effect for next 20-30 years, well, what are you going to do? You're going to backtrack on your promise. Do you see what I mean? And that's where the trouble is. So I guess it remains to be seen. Is Zach still there?
Yeah, so I was about to
Okay. No, you can bring in. No problem. Yeah. Well, we were just. Say that again.
I was gonna say I can talk and do the level 30.
No, bring it in. We'll crack on with some gameplay. We're just literally carried away with some of that discussion. I'm very glad actually we talked about it as I had some discussion. Yeah, I'll invite you. Sekapupu was also asking whether we can bring him in. Indeed, we'll bring Sekapupu in a bit later. And let me just see where you are. It's all good.
Yeah, exactly. I can't even help you.
Well, we'll go back to Mars. No problem. We'll do it straight away. But you know the way things go. So there we are. Rubicon Waste. That's right. Yeah. It's just that today we had some interesting news coming out of the industry, and it's always good to hear the views from our community members, and I collate feedback and feed it back to both publishers and developers accordingly, and they're always very excited, and particularly in view of what I've heard and discussed a couple of weeks ago at the European headquarters of Twitch. You know, it was really all about broadcasters, all about streamers, you know. And that's taken off literally during the last couple of months due to Apex. They invested, I think, $50 million in 10 or 15 different AAA streamers who were promoting the game, and they're now looking to expand, basically. And they want to hear from people who are, you know, daily broadcasters in order to get the best possible results. All right, I'll follow you.
You ever think about that moment? When humanity first saw the Traveler? Must have been quite a sight.
So we need to find an Archon Priest for the benefit of our viewers. That's really the next step. And we need to destroy him. Let me see. It is basically the follow-up to the Wars of Mars. Hunt the Archon. Yeah. So I've had already thinning the pack, which was on 3 different planets. Yeah. Well, it's a bit of a grind, really. A bit like the other bits that I've been doing recently, you know, for my exotic swords. Just feel infinite. Alessa is here. Hello, Alessa. How are you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Hang on, where'd you go? Did you go inside? Okay. Yeah. So let's say it's here from Japan. So we have Japan, Australia, UK and US currently on air. Amazing. Oh really? Those signs are a real pain, aren't they? Yeah, I know, it's just Rubicon Valley. Yeah. Look at all these enemies. Back on this tower. Alright, there we are. God, this is odd. I'm standing on my sparrow. Look at this. It's ridiculous. It's disappeared. Okay. I wanted to revive you, but well, we neutralized the enemy, so that's completed, and it looks like we need to do something else. Need to see what that is. So Kabu says whilst he's waiting and whilst we are gaming here, he'll try to get the last of his calcified fragments. Fantastic. Quite hard to get. Zach is asking, what is your last one? Do you know which one? What needs to be collected? Let me just see what... I think there is just one calcified fragment that Sekapupa needs to get, but I'm not exactly sure which one. Sekapupa did mention it to me, but I, you know, the actual details escape me. Really? It's glitched. Sekapupa says, want to see them. Hang on, don't take them. I want to see that. Wow, that's really, really odd. Yeah, let's collect. Sekapupa says he is looking for Court of Oryx 1. The calcified fragment in there.
If anyone's out there, please Help us clear out the enemy for our exploration. Encryption follows.
Please, if that can be avoided, I would appreciate it. Because obviously what happens is... No, what happens sometimes... No. What happens sometimes is that people say certain things and then mods just block and ban instantly. And then the same people come back to me and say, well, what happened? Why did we, you know, get banned and everything? And it's almost impossible to resolve it afterwards. So I just really... Well, the thing is, you know, people swear. You know, lots of channels have kind of content which is family, non-friendly or unfriendly, and this one, well, this channel is not like that. Right, let me just tell you, we have to go to barracks, but we don't really have to do that. Is there any activity you fancy guys doing at the moment?
Let's go.
Do you want to do, because you mentioned the Nightfall strike, did you want to do that Nightfall again? We can do it. Yeah. No, fine. Just that the Nightfall strike is very... Yeah? Well, I've heard from other community members as well that they had some difficulties, not just with that Sparrow, but, you know, with some bits, and it does take a long while, for whatever reason. You know, Captain Jack, for instance, he told me that he has everything but that Platinum raid trophy, where you have all raids completed with no one dying, and that's the one that's been very, very hard to get. Cool. I'll mention it. I'll mention it to Captain Jack. He probably will come in later today. He didn't come in earlier, which means he's probably asleep, and once he comes in we can obviously connect you without any difficulty. But let's do something which is really exciting and enjoyable. Also, we talked a lot about various industry related issues, and I think you guys also want to crack on with some gaming. So what do you fancy? Do you fancy the Nightfall strike? Okay, so well, we can, but I'm not really experienced in raiding, so therefore you have to bear with me. So I don't know whether this would work, and I think probably it's the best if we focus on the Nightfall strike, and maybe we do some CV heroics or weekly story missions or so. Because for raiding, it is a bit like a walkthrough when we, when we do it here, and then for the viewers as well, because people access it here and turn different platforms, as well as, watch it through the archive. And I want it to be sort of educational. Do you know what I mean? Because the raids are generally done by a 6-member team, and then we can do it on another day. The question is, am I going to be able to do that? Well, I don't. We need to see that in action. I don't really know. Well, we can try it. I mean, at the end of the day, as you know, this is a channel that's very open to suggestions, and it's a non-competitive channel, and I always try to bring in as many community members as possible. So we always do what people want to do, you know? It's not about me not needing to reach that level tonight and that sort of thing. No, we were doing actually Wrath of the Machine recently in a 6-man team, but we didn't finish it because there was a glitch. There was a serious problem with the boss, and it didn't really work. So we did it a few times, and then we went... don't remember exactly. Do you remember? We were doing it on the Good Friday. It was a team of 6, I think. Donzaki were with us, and there was Matthias, and there was Furry Spider, and there was someone else. It was like six-man team. Sakapuku was I think there as well. Do you remember? We were trying to finish it, and then there was something wrong. We had to restart every single time. I'm not sure what the issue was. Okay. No, he wasn't taking any damage, one of the guys, because we were throwing grenades and then he kept recharging, I think. Or something like that. Yes, there is that person called DRBMiller. I don't have capacity for fast fiber optic in here. That is of great concern for anything PvP or in anything that requires that degree of speed. It is completely terrible. The upload speed is 1. That's the worst possible, so that's not something you can utilize on. Oh, look at all of those. Well, this is certainly full of joy.
Guardian down.
Yeah. Yeah, I came there to rescue, but that was like kamikaze Dan, you know? Jumping in there in between 3 or 4 of those bosses, and look at that, I respawned inside of the building, which is dreadful. He's still healthy, I can't see his health. Okay. You got him, yeah? Okay. That's pretty good. Did you drop anything? Yeah, reciprocal rune I got. FBNGBZ is here. Hello, how are you doing? I don't know how to pronounce that really. FB, I'll call you. How are you doing? I'm doing good. We are doing great in here. We are on Mars and just warming up a bit. We'll be doing our Nightfall strike very, very shortly. You guys ready? Do you want to do the Nightfall? Or do you want to do something else? Go on. Do you want to do something else? In here? Say again? No. Well, I can, yeah. Twilights? I don't have anything called Twilights, no. Let me see. I don't think I have, no. No, that's right. That's the one I picked up yesterday. I therefore didn't register. I picked it up yesterday. Twilight Garrison, yeah. Okay. Right, that is too complicated for me. That just the way you said it is. do. So it's circle, circle. Now go on. I'm listening to the instructions.
Right, so it's right,
You know what? Go give it a miss. We'll give it a miss. It's too hard for me to remember. And you're very fast and I'm not registering anything. So let's just crack on with our Nightfall Strike. No, don't worry about it. I'm quite happy to give it a miss. And we'll go and do the Nightfall Strike, which is what we said we would do. Hello to FB. Thank you very much for joining us, and thank you for being a member of our community. Thank you for watching the broadcast. Hope you're enjoying all the, well, you know, young people are very, very fast nowadays, and I have a difficulty in catching up with all. So there you go. It's not just yourself. I have some good friends. Now I have some really good friends who also, you know, in the early 20s. Some in the talk, they are rather accelerated. I mean, I understand what they're saying, but in order for me to pick up not just the words, but the meaning of it all, I engage, it takes a bit of time. Anyway. Don't worry about it. Let's have a look at the Nightfall Strike. Yeah, there we are. There we are. Well, you were doing it early on. Did you complete it? Okay. Yeah, it's very difficult. But let's just think of the strategy. What weapons... Yeah, what weapon shall we use? We can obviously use different weapons. Because he is very resistant to any form of damage, that Splicer Priest. We were really trying everything yesterday. And at the end, Sikapupa was using... Yeah. Ex Machina will work on him, right? Using Galahorn yesterday, and it worked eventually. Yeah? Okay. Okay. So let me think. What shall I use then? I'll have my Dark Drink on, which is my exotic. Imago Loop doesn't do much damage really to the priest. Well, that definitely is what Twilight Garrison can do, because we have that perk. I've just switched it on because I was having it on my heavy. But it works either way. It works, you know, well for my heavy or for my special weapon. And I think Sniper may or may not do well in there. Maybe Fusion Rifle will do better with that strike. What do you think?
I think that if you have an Ex Machina, it's going to be the best thing you can have, because you stay at range for basically the entire strike with everything but like the end boss, and even the end, like you're just dealing with ads at the end boss on close at all. So you can run something like a Albert Prime or a Fitner, like that.
Okay. I don't have Ex Machina on this character. In fact, I do have it on another character. Let me just have a look. Yeah, I've got it. Yeah. I'll have a look at it. I've got that on, and then can just have a look whether it's equipped or what. Yeah, I've got it. I use it for transferring items between characters and also putting stuff in the loot, in the vault, and you know, that sort of thing. And let's see. Okay, I'll keep what I've got, because obviously with the other stuff I need to be transferring, I'm not going to bother with that at the moment. And I'm just trying to think, yeah, with the primary,
Primary, you want a bunch of stuff that does really well against Hive, such as Oversoul, Edict of Death, and Abyss Defiant of Death. And then you want a either Outbreak Prime, Burning Eye, or Fatebringer for the final boss counter.
Yeah. Okay, Margot Loop didn't do too well yesterday, and Treads Upon Stars is too slow, really. Zero Day Dilemma.
You want something with explosive rounds, or that does a lot of extra against falling.
Okay. Trying to see whether I have. What was the other one? Her Revenge Cannon. Alright. So let's see what the mods are. We have Ironclad. More enemies have shields. Fresh troops. Some can have it, you know, we can obviously adjust later on if it doesn't work on the first round. Doesn't matter. Do you want to collect, well, I think the bounty from Zavala is going to be hard to meet. Are you hoping to meet it, or do you want it? Not really.
We'll need it though. It's fine.
Okay.
Should be a fight pure time, honestly.
Let's see whether I've got it. Okay, I've got that. Okay, just look at the other mods. It's Chaff, player radar is disabled, Specialist, special weapon damage is favored, Epic, heavily shielded and highly aggressive enemies appear in great numbers. Right. You guys ready? Okay, let's proceed. Vanguard Nightfall it is. It's funny because Jerry came in earlier and he's also in Dallas, and he said hello and he said something which I thought was a reference to Apocalypse Now, and he said he loves the sound of what's that sniper call that I was using early on. Yeah, he says, I love the sound of Black Spindle early in the morning. Reference to Robert Duvall, you know, from Apocalypse Now.
An army of Hive.
He always comes in around 5:30 your time, 5:30.
Could be the end.
I think before going to work and getting
the devils
ready.
are evolving. Neutralize them before this goes any further, Guardian.
Well, it was good weather yesterday, wasn't it? And today it's like really bad. Really? No way. So bad. Is it cold as well, or is it just like raining and warm?
All right. There's a series of old missile silos near the bunker. I've got reports of Hive near that location.
I'm picking up several concentrated SIVA nodes ahead. Sounds like the place to be.
The splicers are using SIVA to augment the silo's old defense protocols. They've got the inner doors sealed tight. If you want to get inside, you'll need to find and destroy those SIVA nodes.
Noted.
Oh, what's happened?
I wiped this forward.
Ah. Okay.
I've pinpointed another SIVA node.
Devil does it. Devil does it. I can't have my Black Spindle and Dark Drinker on at the same time, which is infuriating. So much better to do that. But then the game would be too easy. That's somebody else. Hang on, somebody else. Yeah. Oh, there. Okay. Okay, I've picked it up. Have some synthesis as well. Yeah, I hit him also with the devil and he was very strong. I'm gonna get killed in here if I'm not careful. Did I get him? No, I didn't. You got him. I backed off. No, I backed off. I was spinning in reverse. Sniper did it from the wizard, which is good.
Picking up one more node. Let's go get it.
Where did he go? Did he go through here? Yeah. Over here.
This door won't budge until we destroy any nearby SIVA nodes.
There is, yeah. Buckle. Yeah. Regenerate life because there are so many enemies in there. Yeah, that's right. And then I can run to you. No, don't worry. Alright, cool. Yeah, right.
That's the last node. Security protocols are clear and hackable.
Push forward, Guardian.
Looks like the Hive aren't giving up on this territory without a fight.
Doesn't matter. Go through them.
The wizard killed me. I put 2 sniper rounds in the wizard, but they didn't destroy him. He had still plenty of life left. That wizard is causing all the problems, but I put 2 or 3 rounds in him, but I died eventually.
I'm pinging new SIVA energy spikes below us.
Okay.
Multiple nodes, all powering another barrier. But I can't nail down their locations. The readings are too sporadic.
You know what to do, Guardian. Find those nodes,
Where is it?
unload
Down here.
on them, keep moving.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. Thank you. Got it. So where'd you go? Did you go inside? Where are you?
Hard to get a clean reading down here. Keep moving. The closer we get to each node, the easier they are to map.
No swearing.
All right, still getting strong SIVA readings. There must be another node. Looks like the splicers have taken this hatchery. The Hive bioorganic architecture is still intact, but there are microbursts of SIVA activity all around us.
I've got no pity to spare for the Hive. Keep going. Splicer's High Priest and whatever mad science he's cooking up down there.
I
And
don't
this.
have anything. Where are you?
That did it. No idea what those nodes were protecting, but the barrier's down. This doesn't look good.
Did you find the High Priest?
Not exactly. Let's get a closer look at that thing. Makes you wonder what they're willing to do to us.
Sounds like you're about to find out. Eyes up, Guardian.
No, I came too close. Oh, the boss is standing next to me. Look at him. Don't come anywhere close. Don't come anywhere close.
Guardian down.
Shanks. Shanks. Yeah, it's delayed. Nah. You are alive, Zach. Organ nearly got me now. Let me see the Organ. Should I finish him off with my dark drinker, do you think? Not yet.
Guardian down.
Yeah, I got him. His life went down, so you should be able to kill him now. Yeah. Because I've hit him with the dark drinker, he was losing definitely some life, and yeah, you'll be able to get him now. There.
What a mess. The High Priest wasn't looking to build a Hive slave army. He was just removing their body parts to be joined with Siva.
Bioengineering's become the Splicer's main MO.
No
To have dropped their High
skeleton
Priest before he
key.
could perfect any of this madness, but it's gotta make you wonder. What other perversions are they planning?
You got no skeleton key? Yeah, I didn't get anything. Alright.
Keep in mind that all Night Warriors are level 30, so you can put them up to level 30.
You mean to change character? Alright. So that's been completed for the second time running today, this week. What do we do next? What do you guys fancy doing? Go on. Yeah. Sure, we'll do that. There we are. It will be ironclad, more enemies have shields, small arms, primary weapon damage is favored, void burn, void damage from your source is greatly increased, and heroic. Enemies appear in greater numbers are more aggressive, so that's not too bad. They're not really too heavily modified. Just quickly have a look at the drill. No, it's better to what we had last week. Last week was... yeah, last week was much worse. Yeah. Some engram.
Everything goes down to 20 seconds because I'm not good.
Ready? Plenty of engrams I collected. Alright. Alright. Ready? Let's crack on. You played Ghost Recon, Zach? Ghost Recon Wildlands? No, it was offered for free for about 5-6 days this weekend, and I played all the other Ghost Recon games of the years, and this one is really quite different. Massive big open world and loads of different activities. Actually, it's quite similar to the Division 2. Quests and sub-quests popping up all the time as you're exploring the map.
We've picked up
Really,
a high
really
gain
good.
transmission. Origin
Loved
point
it.
is somewhere along the coast, near the Cosmodrome.
That's Rasputin, the AI Warmind. If I'm understanding him correctly, it's a distress call. There are so few ballet fans left, Guardian. It'd be a shame to lose him.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I've not really played Destiny 2 as much. I completed the base, you know, the first section of the game, and I've not gone to Gambit or the seasons. Still to be done. But I think Donzak, you played more than myself of Destiny 2.
Situation. Get in there, assess the threat, and aid Rasputin. A threat to the war mind is a threat to the city as well.
You seen the film, Zach? Ex Machina. Do you like it? Yeah. Alicia Vikander in the lead.
Rasputin's dropping a war sat from orbit. It contains codes we'll need to gain access to his bunker.
No, debris flying around all the time and killing us all as we are sort of waiting. Gone.
Sorry this is taking so long, but these sequences are incredibly complex. Plus, I'm actually not that great at math, so...
Yeah.
I've got access. Let's go.
Yeah, the turrets need to be knocked out first. The Nightfall strike a few weeks ago was this one, and the turrets were deadly. They really were destroying us
I'm
all.
detecting comm signals deep in the vault.
Anyone with a radio could have picked
Well,
up
we
Rasputin's
did,
distress call.
but
if we don't shut it
they
down,
were just
half the
really
Cosmodrome could be at his front door.
they didn't take a lot of damage, you know. Yeah, we kept firing for quite a while. Really good weapons, and the ships were coming in quicker. Like, Oh, I see. Don't know what killed me. No, it was... There was one of the vandals, apparently.
He's not happy.
You're through. That's all that matters right now.
Oh, great. Arc streams. You must have knocked something out of alignment.
You've seen worse, Guardian. Push through.
Guardian down.
No swearing. No, it's just that if they detect, you know, they will ban you, and then. While I'm firing at them. Now it's not obviously appearing on the chat, but it's on audio, and that's detected as well. Back on. Oh, okay, okay. So basically you're not recorded. Okay, I've got it. No, no. Okay. So that's appreciated. I'll double check that. I'll see whether it worked or not. Should work, in theory. Yeah, I do everything. I do rerouting as well as BS. You know?
He has a secret bunker with space weapons. I live in your backpack.
Yeah, it goes through PlayStation and then it's rerouted. Can people hear what you're saying live or not? They can't hear it, okay. Which is generally, you know, obviously,
Going as fast as I can.
you got your settings done, but generally we don't swear here, you know, regardless of the settings. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Just to prevent liabilities.
That shank's been modified to crack his system. Let's take it out.
Does Super doing any damage at all or not? Well, that's quick. That's one of the fastest.
You know, they probably built that thing out of scrap from the Cosmodrome.
One of the fastest I had on that strike.
Maybe it was.
What's the weapon you use, Zach?
It was pretty big for a shank. Would I be more useful with a larger chassis?
Yes. In any case, Guardian, that was impressive work. The skies will remain free of weapons.
This was very quick, yeah. The entire strike was very short. Oh, we didn't get any stats there. We didn't get it. Yeah. 9 minutes. Yeah, that's very quick. Well, I guess it can. Can you hear the thunderstorms around here? Hell's breaking loose outside. I don't know what on earth is going on. Let me have a look. Dreadful. You can't.
It's very, very sensitive mic. Detects everything. But you'll hear it probably a bit later.
Alright. Next. Next. Yeah. Yeah, I got some as well. Armor materials, I have 1,500 of those.
But for the Vex, time is relative. In one moment, a construct is lost. In the next, it is reborn.
Sekapupu says that he wasn't able to get any antiquated runes, so he will not crack on with a strike.
A bridge through time, a bridge that, if it is not destroyed, will see the Nexus mind reborn.
You probably have to do that with Sekapupu separately from here. Sekapupu, if you want to join Zack, then you'd be able to do King's Fall. Yeah, I wouldn't be of much assistance there, I'm afraid.
A series of concentric barriers around the bridge site.
They protect the time bridge and seek to undo what we have done.
So we have 4. Well, we have 4. We need 6. Yeah.
Unless I'm mistaken, barrier technology.
So you're happy to do it with 4?
The barriers. Guardian, down.
Okay.
Guardian down.
Oh.
Guardian down. Guardian down.
No, I do not. Where's Zack? Let's revive Zack. I was just about to revive you. I was running there to revive you. That's right. Where is that sniper? Yeah, cool. I was just looking for that sniper because that sniper was now coming to your rescue now. Or to your aid, I should say. Yeah. It's the jumps. Yeah. There we are.
Where we see beauty, the Vex see imperfection. Every planet, every being must be made anew.
Oh no, I don't believe it. He was literally a yard away from me, didn't manage to... No, there was a sniper and he had a, well, fusion rifle to be precise, and it's a bit too short from a jump. What happened? Okay. Well, that's exactly what happens when I put on my super. Then they all disappear. You know, throwing those hammers.
The Nexus mind must have been a vital resource. The very appearance of the restorative mind means we have the Vex off balance. Press the advantage, Guardian.
God, I managed to play that. It's close. What was this? Cyclops Disciple?
That's the time witch. And the restorative mind. Guardian down.
Oh, there's another one in there. It's not a good position firing.
That capacitor just lit up. You know what to do.
rocket launcher for that. Same here. I put like 4 rockets in the beast. I think they're destroyed. 2 rockets there.
I can sense the river of time. Its waters flow again, on their course. The Nexus mind is unmade, and the Vex are denied, a powerful construct. Very well done.
Nah, no skeleton key.
Guardian, we've picked up a high-gain transmission. Origin point is somewhere along the coast, near the Cosmodrome.
That's Rasputin, the AI Warmind. If I'm understanding him correctly, it's a distress call. There are so few ballet fans left, Guardian. It'd be a shame to lose him.
You're super speedy, Zach. You are. Oh, that's very, very, very fast. You should sometimes hook up with Matthias.
We can't afford another Omnigul situation.
You can do like strikes together and that. He's just very, very fast.
And aid Rasputin. A threat to the Warmind is a threat to the city as well.
Heads up. Rasputin's dropping a warsat in from orbit. It's got the
We're
code.
just replaying the same thing again. No, the trouble is that it happened yesterday as well. That some of these were being repeated several times. Don't know why. And yesterday when we've was it yesterday? Yeah, it was. Wonder Strikes was kind of very easy, and then once replayed, it was extremely difficult. Probably a different version. Yeah. So it's the same problem, obviously.
Going as fast as I can. You'd think Rasputin would have made this a little easier on us.
What on earth? Tomb ship killed me. No, it's a tomb ship. Has been destroyed. Okay.
Guardian down. Got access. Let's go.
Special ammunition. Anybody wants? Okay.
Доступ получен. Аннулирование протокола. I'm detecting comm signals deep in the vault.
Anyone with a radio could have picked up Rasputin's distress call. If we don't shut it down, half the Cosmodrome could be at his front door.
Yes. This happened yesterday, just on another strike. It was exactly the same sort of thing.
Guardian down. Guardian down. Guardian down.
I revived you. So I
could try to hack us through, but Rasputin might handle that before you. His system's already stressed. Must be some other way to bypass his systems.
Система взломана. Нанесен урон. Запущено планирование контрнаступления.
It worked. Maybe too well. This arc energy is coming from the depths of Rasputin.
Would you say that this time around is harder than
It's similar
the
to what
last?
we use to power the city, but its drift velocity is totally
It
different.
is, isn't it? Yeah.
Fascinating.
Well, yesterday, the first one was like difficult, and the second one was insane. It was incredibly difficult. Yeah, yeah. But shouldn't all the mods be the same if we are doing like the selection of stripes? They could be reset.
Guardian down.
Yeah, I am, because I went too far ahead. It was backed off. Yeah, but I was late, so they already respawned in there, a whole lot of them.
As a fellow inorganic life form, I just want to know that Rasputin has a much better setup than I do. He has a secret bunker with space weapons. I live in your backpack.
Too many of them there.
Высокий приоритет мобильному юниту. Уничтожить его немедленно.
Sorry, just a little longer. I think Rasputin is testing.
Execapupu says that a black hole died too soon.
That shank's been modified to crack his system. Let's take it out. Guardian down.
God, that was fast.
You
That
know,
was
they
faster.
probably built
That was
thing out of
faster
scrap from
than
the Cosmodrome.
the last
It's
one.
lucky that it managed to work as well as it did. Maybe it was the size. It was pretty big for a shank. Would I be more useful with a larger chassis?
There. No skeleton key for me.
In any case,
Boo.
Guardian, that was impressive work. The skies will remain free of weapons for the time being.
Well, 8 minutes 31. That was better than the last, right? Yeah. Well, actually, the destruction of that big shank was really fast this time. It just, I had 6 rockets, which really helped, and then that super. Yeah. The rockets and that super really helped. But it was fast. It was fast. It really was. I thought the earlier section of the strike was more difficult than right at the end, you know? With those ads. Yeah.
Funny story for you. Remember that Centurion Oryx took right after you landed on
Well, it's funny because sometimes sometimes the first section is more difficult than the third section, you know? Depending on the modifiers, I guess.
Are pretty angry they lost their commander. They're leading a team to blow the Dreadnought's core. Core goes, most of the system goes with it. You're gonna make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, we were doing that last week, and it was again quite difficult. It's heavily modified. It was the week before, maybe. Yeah. That can't remember if it was last week or week before. You know, it was, when it was heavily modified. Yeah, yeah.
Cade, why do
I'm
you
lost
think
in
they crashed
time.
their ship into the dreadnought? Those are extreme tactics for the Cabal.
Berserk.
The Vanguard
Yeah.
intercepted a signal.
Jagger, that's
from the
right.
Cabal from way outside the solar system. A direct order to crash the ship, use it as a beachhead, and take out the king. Now that's loyalty.
Yeah, that was the one. Yeah.
I have tracking on the bondholders. They're the ones leading the assault on the power core. Marking the coordinates now.
Yes, there is. Yeah. Oh, there's a tank down there.
A tank? Why would you bring a tank to space? That went well. Let's head to the bridge. See if we can reacquire the brothers.
What
I
did you
can't tell you the number of scouts I've
What
lost
did you use on that
brothers
tank?
on Mars. They need to be stopped. Go careful.
The primary. Oh, very pertinent. Yeah. The tank was gone rather quick, so I was really impressed. Well, that's the way we want it. Look at that Colossus sitting in there.
Taken and Cabal fighting for the bridge. Wherever the brothers are, they aren't here. Let's keep moving.
Well, I'm trying to get rid of that Colossus, just, you know, for fun.
If the brothers don't know their commander is dead, this attack could be some kind of bargaining chip. That's the power of the Brotherhood bond, Guardian. Kind of reminds me of Means of Allah. Less yelling, of course.
Is he gone? Yeah. Yeah, use that rocket launcher. He was powerful though. He didn't want to die.
I didn't think they would leave the core intact. Oh, bombs. It's covered in bombs.
Well, we're going to be brought in, so there's no need to be racing. No need to be racing. We're just going to be brought in, you know, and that's it.
I've lost their signal. Maybe we should try the bridge.
Those Cabal soldiers have no fear. You know, when they go to war, they're kicked out of the Empire. Yeah, victory is the only way they get to go home. Not a lot of people know that.
That's the sweet spot. Yeah, he's down to 20%. Oh, does he? Well, thanks for telling me. I didn't realize I wasted ammunition and effort. Not just today, but many, many times before. Because I didn't realize that he would be recharging. I thought if you brought him down to 1%, then he's going to stay that way. Yeah, I know. We could have done it now. It's a sweet spot, but it's not fun really hiding in that, you know? No, it's very useful because this Nightfall Strike would be extremely difficult. I've done it a few times on the, you know, with Berserk and all the other, you know, difficult modifiers, and it was very difficult. But actually what I'll do is... Yeah, true. Where are you going? Oh, okay. Yeah, jumping on Morlock is really not particularly good. Where are they now? Dead, yeah? No, I don't have...
It's done. The Brotherhood is broken.
I hear that the Cabal are big on honor, but look at their actions.
Yeah, I've got it as well, Yeah, where is it?
You put an end to war criminals.
There.
Butchers.
I just picked up one skeleton key.
You've shown the Empire what the Vanguard's all about. Nice work.
Morale's Morless I got, and let's see if that will be a bit more powerful than one I've got. So that's pretty good. This was the best reward I had today so far, I think. Let me see. Okay, we'll go back, no problem. Quite curious to see whether this one is going to be... Yeah, that's the best bit I got today, 398, so that's 4 up, so that's pretty good. This is what we wanted to see. Alright, you want to go back to the tower for a minute? Okay, we'll do that because yeah, we can, yeah, but I've got to do a bit of admin myself as well. What's happened now? Shouldn't have done. We'll go back to orbit.
I'm tracking
No, I
reports of
did.
fallen splicers spotted in and around the Hellmouth. Intel suggests they're hunting ogres.
No, I did. It just
Get
didn't
down
seem
there.
to register.
Make sure they don't snatch up any more
I
fodder
want
for their
to,
twisted experiments.
Would you want to do it? Would you want to... Okay, we'll do that. In 13 minutes. Roll. Very good.
No time for sightseeing, you two. Hit the summoning pits before the devil splicers can grab any more abominations for their priests to play around with.
By play around, you mean torture, vivisect, and disembowel?
Well, yeah. But when you put it that way, I almost feel bad for the Hive.
So why the Hive? Seems like a dangerous fight to pick.
The splicers are playing God. They view Siva as a means to reshape life how they see fit. The Hive are just victims of the splicers' willingness to push their curiosity.
You have to admire the Hive's tenacity. They close this gate every time. Every single time. The Hive don't want us or anyone through this door. We've got incoming.
All done, all done.
The lock's fighting me, like everything else the Hive make. Hold on. Guardian down.
Oh, I don't believe it. Yeah, I did, yeah. What killed us, actually? Acolyte. Hidden Swarm.
The pattern here is chaotic, but I think I figured it out. Just one more room to crack.
Replay. Alright. I know we're alive.
Guardian down.
Hallowed Acolyte. What is this? Why was I killed again? Wizard. That's probably what it is, yeah. Didn't see him. I think...
Rune's clear. We're through.
Where... No, where was he? Where was he? The wizard. Or was he? Yeah, I didn't see him. Because I did kill one wizard there when I got in.
That scream reminds me how much I hate this place. Watch your feet. There are traps everywhere. We're...
On a tomb ship, Guardian. I need you in those summoning pits.
I'm pretty sure gravity is an agent of the darkness, so try real hard not to fall.
Yeah, we're back there again.
Almost there. Let's jump. I'm getting no SIVA readings ahead.
You beat the Splicer to the punch, but don't let up. Kill that ogre to ensure they don't get the chance to claim their prize.
Brought us forward.
Hey, we're doing this. We're really doing this? Jump, before it's too late. That scream reminds me how much I hate this place. The Hive don't want us or anyone through this
Just
door.
brought me master. I was trying to get my heavy on.
Well, it didn't work, obviously. I taught the lesson. Yeah. I don't know what killed me. Or the ogre.
And there's one less abomination we have to worry about. Good work.
Nah, no skeleton key. You got one, have you? Okay, back to tower now.
Actually, 726.
726. Well, that was very fast as well. Record breaking. Record breaking. This is what it is. Alright. Back to tower. Honestly. Yeah. And when was it completed? Recently, a little while back, do you think? A while back, yeah. Might have been easier than today. They may have more modifiers and, you know, the game's actually... Yeah. Sakapoop is saying, it seems that I can't get my sword. Why? I wonder what's the reason. Did you complete the strike? Sakapupu, did you complete the strike? If you completed the strike, then the sword should be there. If not, we'll assist you. Yeah, I think the trouble. No, the trouble is, Sakapupu says, I've done the sword strike 3 times, and we had the same kind of issue the other day, Donzak, Matthias and myself. It has to be done in sequence, and it's like really tight timing. So that's where the trouble is. We'll come in on the strike a bit later, once we completed everything here, and then we'll be able to do it together. And because I'm quite certain that if Sakapupu was doing the strike several times, there must be a mismatch between those knights, and there must be something in there with the timing, and it's not like visible to the naked eye. And if one, we were having some trouble the other day whilst doing it, and Matthias was with us, and Matthias is really a true hardcore veteran of Destiny, and we had to replay a few times before we kind of got it all done. And each time something went wrong, and most of the times what happened was one of the exploding throws exploded early, and then one of the knights was killed, because we were basically chiseling away the knight's health, so the health was down to like 5% or something, and that was the trouble. Right. Well, we were obviously pursuing, a certain strategy, and it worked eventually. Didn't just, didn't really. People choose different ways of doing it, I guess. The danger there was, I've done a mistake, I think, when we were doing it, that I used my razor lighter, and then I used it on a black hole. Everything died around it, and therefore the knights were killed, and a black hole lived, and obviously it was a fail. So. Yeah. Yeah. Sakapupu says, I tried to kill the warden first, but someone keeps killing the Alakhul too fast. Yeah, that's probably what the trouble is. There's a mismatch between those two. There's a mismatch between the knights and Alakhul. So yeah, as we could hear Zach saying, yeah, like what Zach said, if you just hold on, basically if Sakapupu wants to come in, then I'll bring you in straight away, and what we can do is we can yeah, but also you said you wanted to do King's Fall with a sort of 4-man team. We could try that as well, or not. Donza. Sakapupu is keen on King's Fall. So you guys up for that? Basically we'll do some admin in here, and then we'll do King's Fall.
Underway. Service restored.
Cade scouts have brought us some intrigue. Well chosen.
Sakapupu says he will still give it one more shot. That's fine, because we have a few things to do here. And can you tell us as soon as you finish that strike, because we'll wait for you, and then you can come in for King's Fall raid, and then 4 of us can do that raid together, or attempt to do it, and then we can obviously migrate to the strike afterwards. So Matthias is here. Matthias is here, you see. Zach, you need to hook up with Matthias. Matthias knows everything about Destiny, and in terms of the actual speed and that, I think he'll be an unbeatable team, right? So, definitely. I do not understand any of this gobbledygook to me, but there you go. Well, thank you. If I understood the question, I could really participate in the process of answering it. But for me, that's just, you know, speaking in tongues. Like, you could have been, like, literally coming from us. Yeah. Yeah. The trouble is, as you're private, Matthias can't hear. You get it. I'd like to repeat the question. No, I would like to ask. I'd like to repeat the question. Well, just to explain to Matthias, Zach, he can't be heard if we are in a public broadcast. The reason for that is simple. He uses some words which are not family friendly sometimes, accidentally, and he doesn't really want any trouble to be occurring, which obviously would be if indeed it was said live on air. And therefore, Zach was asking Matthias about a particular, what was it? The sword, or just explain again, I'll repeat it. You know what, I need to record you and then replay. Because for me, that is just, I can't, you know, even attempt to repeat the first 3 words. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. In actual fact, you know what the solution is? Zach, type it. Zach, type it. Type it. Matthias says, I have a bit more time to help today, but only because I'm sick. Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that. What's the trouble? Is that the shoulder pain that you had the other day, or did you pick up some virus or something? And Matthias says, I need to pick up my prescription in an hour and a half. Pharmacy doesn't open until then. I can join the party if that's easier. Yeah, join the party. Please, yeah, it'd be great. You have pneumonia? How did you get that? I don't believe it. I'm very sorry to hear that. That's very serious, yeah. How on earth did that happen? Because you told me the other day that you sort of didn't sleep too well and you had a bit of a pain in your arm when you woke up yesterday. I'm very sorry to hear that. But join us. Hang on a minute. I'll invite you straight away. We want to hear what's happening. We're really deeply concerned to hear that you developed pneumonia. Just let me invite you. Because Matt said that he will be having about an hour and a half, about 90 minutes, and then he'll have to go to his pharmacist to get his prescription. I sent you my party invite so you can join in. I apologize for the trouble with hearing Zach, because obviously his public kind of broadcasting access is obviously muted. Yeah, Zach was just asking Matt about the damage in there. He did disclose the figure. Yeah. Oh yeah, there's Matt. Hello Matt, how's it going?
Well, it's been better, but
what happened? How come?
Otherwise, alright. I'm pretty sure somebody coughed on me that had it.
Oh no.
And transferred it to me, so I'm a little pissed about that. But other than that, well,
you reckon
just
at work?
Kind of waiting for the pharmacy to open.
Well, swear.
I was at a store and there was someone behind me in line, that had like a surgical mask and everything on, and they started coughing behind me.
Oh, good God.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have temperature?
No, it's okay.
Do you have temperature?
I did yesterday. That went down. I was at just shy of 102. But I'm good now.
Well, we are all very concerned to hear that. Really, dreadful to hear that some of this happened. And obviously, you'll have to take lengthy rest. Certainly, for a little while, you have to be resting to get fully back in order and get medication and everything. And, you know, stay somewhere warm. But well.
Okay, so yeah, back to Zack Attack's question. So, what is the damage for a single thermite grenade on Axis that hits all hits on its run with a melting point weapon of light and 17 or 7.5 for Viking Funeral? You're looking for actual damage numbers, or are you looking for just? Oh. I can't say I've ever used thermite grenades on Axis. Normally, when I'm running, I have it. I normally am up there with a bubble with weapons of light, and I'm the one with a sword going through. But that assumes that you have someone with weapons of light already with you to give you that bubble. And it's not like I've ever had trouble taking down Axis without it, so. Yeah, in that situation, I'm normally the one running weapons of light for people, so I just get up in front of his butt with the weapons of light. Yeah, but melting point runs out. If you have a bubble with weapons of light, you can pop that under him, and everyone can stand in there.
You getting some antibiotics for that?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna get in an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Okay. And what is each swing of Dark Drinker?
The Guardian who stared Oryx in the face. Wear it well. Rare treasure until.
And you're basing this off of your own numbers or someone else's numbers off of a chart? Alright. Okay. Okay, well, it looks like I guess Solar is going to be the better bet. Well, the entire team still does damage if I do weapons of light, but yeah, you're right, it's going to do more damage than weapons.